first person we have, Madam Interpreter, is Mr. Roberto Esteban Roblero Aguilar.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, his headset's on, and he's at BRC number 2.
Yes, Your Honor, I've established connection with BRC2.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
All right, I have a charging affidavit. Has 2 cases. Actually, the first case is 2020 CT 84700. It's a no valid driver's license. I do find probable cause.
Your Honor, defense would be asking for ROR on this case.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do a ROR on 2020 CT 8470.
Your Honor, are you appointing the public defender's office for everyone again today?
Yes, for the record, I am going to provisionally appoint the public defender's office on each matter today. For case 2020 CT 8460, leaving the scene without giving information. Your bond is, I do find probable cause for this offense. Your bond is going to remain set at $500. Okay, thank you, sir.
It can't be all hard if you got bond.
She did it on the first one.
Grab it.
The next person I have, Madam Interpreter, I don't think they need the interpreter, but if you can just stay on the line just in case we have some additional people that may need your services. Oh, it's just that one? Oh, okay.
Yes, Your Honor, that was the only one we have.
Okay, perfect. Well,
Okay, Your Honor.
thank you so much.
Next, have a nice day.
You too. Justin, is it Lope?
Yes, right to this mic.
Lot.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I have an order of release and directing a mandatory appearance for you. It is for July, let's see. All right, your next court date will be August 13th of 2020 at 1 p.m. You are going to be required to, it says appear in person. That's another order, okay.
I thought this.
Okay, this is going to be a telephonic hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and sign off on this. You should receive this information in order to tell you exactly what number to call, but you are required to be there or a second writ for your arrest is going to be issued. So make sure you make your court date, okay?
Can I say something? That was this. I have paperwork that she wrote off on that. If this is, I don't know if this is you or her, but it's in my locker at my college. I couldn't even give it to the police. Like, I already came to court for this. She wrote off.
Well, I don't know. Can't tell who signed. I know I didn't sign off on it, but go ahead and just make sure you meet your, you make your court date and explain the situation to them.
All right.
Okay. William Patrick O'Neill.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I reviewed your charging affidavit for case 2020 CT 495E. It's driving under the influence with damage to property or person or another. I do find probable cause. Your bond is going to remain at $1,000. Your pretrial conditions not to possess or consume alcohol, not to visit any bars, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, State? Okay, thank you, sir. Mark Scholler? Oh, you're not Mark. Put that to
Mr.
the side.
Chauffeur, did you refuse, right? He refused, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, are you willing to waive Mr. Scholler's appearance?
Yes, Your Honor. If we could do that and set bond in his case. I don't have his information on my docket for today. Oh, and never mind. I found him.
I feel like I just saw him yesterday. I see my signature.
Yeah, I feel like we did him yesterday too, but
This is odd. All right, I see here that he's out on bond on 2020 CF 5588, also on 2018 CF 13084. So I'm going to revoke the bond on those cases. For 2020 MM 4879AO, it's 2 counts, trespass on property after warning. Probable cause has been found. Bond's going to remain at $500. He's not to return to the scene of the offense. As to count 2, resisting an officer without violence. Probable cause has been found. Bond will remain at $100.
I'm sorry, what was the bond on the first count?
500. All right, and this is is it Deanna Scott? What is your first and last name, ma'am?
Athenia Scott.
Okay,
She qualifies for PTR, Your Honor.
thank you. All right, I reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for battery, dating, violence. I'm going to give you a bond with PTR conditions. Your bond's set at $500. PTR conditions not to have any contact with the listed victim. That means no direct or indirect. Do not talk to your friends in order for your friends to contact him, or don't talk to your family members in order to have him call you back or anything like that, because that would be a violation of my no contact order. You're to maintain separate residences. If you were sharing a residence, I will give you a one-time assistance with law enforcement to retrieve personal items, okay?
Okay.
You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. All right, thank you. Christine, is it Alvarado Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, I reviewed the charging affidavit for 2020 CF 8121. It has 2 counts. The first count is using an anti-shoplifting control device. I do find probable cause. Your bond's going to remain at $1,000. Regards to the petty theft, your bond is going to remain at $100. Please do not go back to the Walmart located at 3838 South Cimarron Boulevard. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Tyrone Lee Blanchard.
Yes.
Right, sir. I have a charging affidavit for aggravated battery on a pregnant person. Right, I do find probable cause for your arrest. Your bond's gonna be
Excuse
set.
me, Your Honor, I think
He has a victim.
He has a victim present over there?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. And is the victim, alleged victim, Caroline Lopez Fernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I just found probable cause for the arrest. In regards to having contact with this defendant, how do you feel?
No consent. I would not like to press charge on him.
Okay, I specifically asked you as to no contact. Do you wish to have contact with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you not afraid at this time?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that no contact was in place for your protection?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if I remove the no contact, there's nothing that I can do in order to protect you?
Understand.
Is anyone forcing you here today to come in and tell me that you wish to have contact with the defendant?
Ma'am.
Okay, State, do you wish to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. Just for clarification, is this for defendant Tyrone Blanchard?
Yes.
Your Honor, we can't hear him.
Sorry, this is the state. David Yao, can you hear me?
You able to hear Mr. Yao?
We hear him.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, has anything like this happened between you and Mr. Blanchard in the past?
No, sir.
Are you saying right now that you're not afraid of Mr. Blanchard?
No, sir.
If Mr. Blanchard was allowed to contact you, do you believe that he would cause you any injury in the future?
No, sir.
Do you believe that he would cause you or your children any injury in the future?
No, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Hey, Ms. Johnson?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, this is what I'm going to do. Your bond's going to be set at $3,500. I'm going to go ahead and order no hostile contact. Mr. Blanchard, that means that you cannot be aggressive towards her. You cannot yell at her. You have to be nice. You have to be respectful. Do you understand me?
Yes, ma'am.
I see your lips moving, but I don't hear anything.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Anything else, State?
Yes, Your Honor. State's also asking for no bars, no alcohol.
All right, no bars, no alcohol. Okay? Thank you. Sage Michelle Hanson.
Ma'am.
Your Honor, she has a victim.
All right, thank you. All right, so the alleged victim in this case is Mr. Kevin M. Rambo.
That is correct.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Hanson, I reviewed the charging affidavit for aggravated battery causing great bodily harm or disability. I do find probable cause for this offense. In regards to having contact, Mr. Rambo, do you wish to have contact with Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
All right. I'm not quite sure if you're able to hear me when I spoke with the young lady before you, but the no contact order was in place for me to protect you. Do you understand that?
I understand it perfectly.
And if I remove the no contact order, do you understand there's no avenues for me to protect you?
I don't need your protection.
Okay.
I
Sir, I just need you to answer my questions.
I don't feel like I need any protection. I'm not in any danger from Sage whatsoever.
All right. Is anyone forcing you to come here today and tell me that you wish to have contact?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Yao, do you have any questions? All right. Thank you.
Okay, could I ask a question,
Defense?
Your Honor?
Hold on. Defense, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, can you see me, Your Honor?
I cannot.
Do you see? I don't have any harm. I don't understand why she's being charged with causing me bodily harm.
Sir, my job today is to review the charging affidavit, and depending
Okay.
on what it says, I determine if there's probable cause. Anything else, you just need to go ahead and speak to the state attorney's office, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. So I do find probable cause for your arrest. Your bond is set at $3,500. I'm going to do no hostile contact with Mr. Rambo. That means you cannot be aggressive. You cannot yell. Do you understand?
Yes,
You all
ma'am.
have to be respectful of each other. All right, no weapons, no firearms. Anything else, State? All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
Thank
she
you.
she does qualify, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do we have a Martavian Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson, I have case 2020 CF 8141. It has 2 counts, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, and count 2 is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I did review the charging affidavit for these offenses. I do find probable cause for your arrest. Is there a victim present, officers?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
He qualifies for pretrial, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna do bonds with pretrial release. As stated before, I do find probable cause for each count. As to count 1, your bond's gonna be set at $5,000. As to count 2, your bond's gonna be set at $2,500. You're not to have any contact with the listed victim. You're to maintain separate residences. You're not to have any weapons or firearms. Anything else, state? All right, thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I have one question. Does the pretrial help me because for me to be released, the people that I know, those are the only people here that I know. Would pretrial help me get a bond for everything or just one case? Because as
You
far
have a bond for each of your cases, for each offense.
right, but can pretrial get me out on each one, or is it like a separate thing? Because I wouldn't have any other associates to help me get out of here.
What do you mean of pretrial?
Okay, she said I was pretrial was available to me, right? If I said that
Yes,
right.
I gave you bonds with pretrial release conditions.
Okay. So is that
Okay.
that means I can be released on pretrial? Yes. Okay.
If you post the bond.
Ma'am?
Go ahead and speak with your pretrial release officer.
Okay. Hold on. Okay.
Angel Morales,
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, he has a victim.
thank you. All right. Oh, okay. All right, so we have, is it Miss Yohira Claudio?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're the alleged victim in this case. And this is for case 2020 CF 814680. There's 2 counts. The first count is aggravated assault, domestic violence. Second count is battery, domestic violence. Do find probable cause for each of these offenses. Ms. Claudio, can you tell me how do you feel about having contact with Mr. Morales?
I'm okay with having contact with him.
And just like you heard me ask the other people in front of you, is anyone forcing you at this time to come here and tell me that you wish to have contact with Mr. Morales?
No, ma'am.
All right. And do you understand that no contact order was put in place to protect you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if I remove the no contact order, there's no way that I can protect you?
I understand.
Right? If Mr. Morales was to become violent towards you, what would you do?
Normally talk.
I'm sorry?
We normally talk when we having differences.
Normally talk, so if he becomes violent towards you, you would not call law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. State.
Ma'am, how long have you been in a relationship with this person?
Almost 9 months.
And in those 9 months, has anything like this ever happened before?
No.
Are you in fear for yourself or your child?
No.
All right, thank you. Defense?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, this is what I'm going to do. Your bond's going to be set for the aggravated assault. It's going to be set at $2,500. As to count 2, your bond's going to be set at $500. Going to order no hostile contact. That means you cannot be aggressive. You cannot yell. You can't even have an angry face. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
No weapons, no firearms. Now, Mr. Morales, you have some additional cases in front of me. You have a 2020 CF 803080. You're out on bond. It says it's battery 1 prior. Due to the new offense, we're going to revoke that bond, set it at 0. You have another case, 2020 CF. Is it 2478? Okay, thank you. You were out on bond on this offense as well when you were arrested on this battery and aggravated assault case. So based upon that, I'm going to have to revoke your bond and set you at 0 at this time. Now, I have provisionally approve the public defender's office to your case, so feel free to give a call to your public defender. They may file bond motions for those cases, okay? All right, thank you. Mark Shane, is it Cawthron?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have a charging affidavit for battery, dating violence, case 2020 MM4886A. Do we have a victim present?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. I do find probable cause for your arrest. Does he qualify for PTR?
Yes,
Bonds
Your
with
Honor.
PTR? Okay, thank you. So your bonds will be set at $500. This is going to be with Can you be heard on?
Setting the bond.
Sure.
Your Honor, this defendant has a prior domestic violence history, prior battery.
Can't hear me, Your Honor.
He has 2 prior convictions for domestic violence battery, 2 convictions for violation of injunctions against repeat violence.
Same victim?
I am not sure on that, Your Honor. He was arrested as well on a domestic violence aggravated assault with a weapon without intent to kill. Defendant also currently has 2 active injunctions against different victims. Your Honor, I would just ask that the bond be set at least $1,000.
All right. Ms. Johnson, would you like to be heard?
Defense has nothing to add, Your Honor.
All right. Based upon the information that was given to me by the Assistant State Attorney, I'm going to go ahead and increase the bond to $1,000. This is going to be with PTR. He is not to have any contact with the listed victim. He is to maintain separate residences. If there are any personal items at the home, I will give you a one-time assistance with law enforcement to retrieve those items. You're not to have any weapons or firearms. Anything else, State? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Morris Fitzgerald,
Yes, ma'am.
you're here for battery, domestic violence.
Your Honor, he has a victim.
Okay, thank you. Case 2020 MM5638W. Do we have is it Christian Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fitzgerald, I reviewed the charging affidavit and I do find probable cause for the arrest. What I want to hear from you is whether or not you wish to have contact with Mr. Fitzgerald at this time.
I do.
You do? All right. In regards to me removing the no contact order, do you understand that the no contact order was in place to protect you?
Yes.
Do you understand that if I remove the no contact order, there's no way that I could protect you at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone forcing you at this time to come in here and tell me that you wish to have contact with Mr. Fitzgerald?
No, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to see if the Assistant State Attorney has any questions for you.
Yes, Your Honor. Ma'am, I see from the affidavit that you have been married with this person for 12 years and in a relationship for 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have 1 child together?
Yes.
In those 12 years of being married to him, has anything like this ever happened before?
No, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Defense?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Your bond's going to be set at $500. He qualifies for bonds and PTR?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. So it's going to be $500 bonds with pretrial release conditions. You're not to have any hostile contact with Mrs. Fitzgerald. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So cannot be aggressive. No angry motions towards her. You have to treat her with respect. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You cannot possess any weapons or firearms. All right. Thank you. Lindsay Ham.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ham, I have.
Your Honor, she has a victim.
Thank you. I have a charging affidavit for 2020 MM488380. It's battery domestic violence. Do we have Mr. Michael Thompson with us?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause. I want to talk to you about having contact with Ms. Ham. Do you wish to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that no contact was in place in order to protect you? Mr. Thompson?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
Okay. Do you understand if I remove that no contact order, there's no way that I can protect you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you to come here and tell me that you wish to have contact?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state.
Sir, how long have you been in a relationship with Ms. Ham?
For about a year.
And in that year, has anything like this ever happened between you two?
No, sir.
Are you saying here today that if she was allowed to have contact with you, that you are not afraid of Ms. Ham?
I am not afraid of her. I do wish to have contact with her to answer your question.
Thank you.
Defense?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if it's okay, may I just address Lindsay?
No, sir, you cannot at this time.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is I do find probable cause. Your bond's going to be set at $500. It's going to be with PTR conditions. You're not to have any hostile contact. Do you understand that, Ms. Ham?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No hostile means you cannot be aggressive. You can't have any angry emotions towards Mr. Thompson. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, was that bond and PTR?
Yes.
Thank
All right.
you.
No weapons, no firearms. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alexander J. Rhodes.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any victims on this case?
Yes, Your Honor. He has
All
two
right.
victims.
Yes. Let me see here. Is there another Alexander? Who are the victims that are present?
Both victims are here, Your Honor.
Can I have their first and last name, please?
Cameron Rhodes.
I'm sorry, what's your first name?
Speaking of Mike.
Cameron Rhodes.
Cameron Rhodes, all right.
Chris
Who else
Rhodes.
do we have?
Chris Rhodes.
Chris Rhodes. All right, thank you. So this charging affidavit is as to one count of battery. And I do find probable cause. So let me hear from first, is it Mr. Cameron Rhodes? Do you wish for this defendant to return to the home located at 1918, is it Rafton Road?
Yes.
Are you the owner of this property?
No.
Oh,
Who owns the property?
I do, Your Honor. Alexander Rhodes.
Oh, you own the property.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Cameron Rhodes, you wish to have contact with Alexander Rhodes?
Yes.
And are you afraid at this time?
No.
And is anyone forcing you to come in and say that you wish to have contact with Mr. Alexander Rhodes?
No.
All right. Does Chris Rhodes wish to speak?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say I was never a victim. That's all I have to
Okay.
say.
All right. Do you wish to have contact with Mr. Alexander Rhodes?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to come in here and say that you want to have contact with him?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand me removing the no contact order? There's no way I can protect you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
No questions from the state.
Defense.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you qualify for bonds with PTR. Your bonds can be set at $500. Your pretrial release conditions, just no hostile contact with either Chris Rhodes or Cameron Rhodes, okay? And no weapons and no firearms, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Alrighty. Roger Woodbeck?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a Monica Woodbeck there?
No, Your Honor, there's no victim.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Woodbeck, I have a charging affidavit in case 2020 MM4884. It's battery domestic violence. Qualify for bonds with PTR, your bonds will be set at $500. The conditions of your pretrial release is not to have any contact with the listed victim. You're to maintain a separate residence from the victim. If you have any personal property at the location, I will give you a one-time assistance with law enforcement. That means that you have to call them before you go over there to get your personal items. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms, okay? Thank you, sir.
Hold on, you gotta sign the no contact. You can move out of the way though.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right. Are you Tristan Dixon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have a charging affidavit for 2020 MM4885AO. It has 3 counts on it. The first one is battery. Second is assault. Third is resisting officer without violence. Do find probable cause for each of these offenses. Do not qualify for PTR. Your bond as to count 1 is going to remain at $500. Your bond is to count 2 is going to remain at $250. Your bond is to count 3 is going to remain at $500. You're not to have any contact with the listed victims.
Ma'am.
You're not to return to the scene of the offense, which is the 7-Eleven.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You have another case, sir, and that is 2020 CF 684880. This is an arrest warrant. Yes, state.
Before we move on to the other case, can state ask that you order him not to have access to weapons or firearms?
Okay, no weapons, no firearms on the last case, which is 2020 MM4885. All right. For the 2020 CF 684880, it is an arrest warrant, so probable cause has already been found. For the burglary of dwelling, your bond's going to remain at $5,000. For the grand theft second degree, your bond's going to remain at $2,500. You're not to have any contact with the victims. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged incident. State, do you have any additional conditions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Daniel Wesley, is it Egley?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, I have case 2020 CF 814880. There's 3 counts: possession of cocaine, possession of alprazolam, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Do find probable cause for each of these offenses. Your bond is gonna, as to count 1, is gonna remain at $1,000. As to count 2, it's gonna remain at $150, and as to count 3, it's gonna remain at $100. Let me see. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Remilio McFarland. Right.
He's medical, Your Honor.
It's medical. Ms. Johnson, can you waive Mr. McFarland's appearance?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll waive his appearance.
Thank you. For case 2020 CF 815080, it's 1 count of aggravated assault with a firearm. I do find probable cause for this offense. State, would you like to be heard in regards to a bond amount?
Your discretion, Your Honor.
Okay, defense?
1 second, Your Honor. I'm just rereading the... defense will also leave it in your discretion.
Bond's gonna be set at $5,000. He's not to have any contact with the listed victim. No weapons, no firearms. All right, thank you. So the next person is going to be,
Nelson, Lionel Nelson Jr., ma'am.
okay, thank you. No, we didn't. I don't know who that was. Okay, where is Irvin Neal?
1 second, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Maybe he thought I was talking to him.
That's another Neil.
that was Neil. Let her know.
Huh?
Did he think I was talking to him?
That was Neil who you just saw?
Okay. I was actually putting information on the record for the inmate that was in medical. So I wasn't speaking to Neil, but Mr. Neil, I do have your case in front of me. It is case 2020 CF 814980. It's 1 count of battery on a person 65 years or older. I did review the charging affidavit. I initially had an issue with it because I didn't see the victim's date of birth, but then I switched on over and I see the victim's date of birth is 12/16/1943. So I do find probable cause for this offense. Your bond is going to remain at $2,500. Please do not have any contact with the listed victim. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Our state would also request no weapons or firearms.
No weapons, no firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Lionel Nelson Jr.
Yes, ma'am.
I have an order and notice of telephonic hearings. As well as an order of release and directing mandatory appearance at a hearing. I have 2 of them. And I want you to appear at the Orange County Courthouse. You're probably going to have to appear telephonically, but the date that you need to appear is August 13th of 2020 at 1:30. Okay?
That's from here or out there?
I'm going to provide you with some information, some paperwork that I have here, but according to this, it's going to be telephonically. Okay? So just follow the directions. Make sure that you don't miss another court date, because if you do, they're going to do another writ of bodily attachment. Okay?
So I will
And
get
it's
out?
you'll get out today, but you need to make sure that you go ahead and report to room 540 on
Hold on, let me
August
write
13th.
it down, ma'am. Let me write it down, ma'am. Thank you.
You'll get a copy, sir. You'll get a copy of the information.
She got it for me, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off on this. It's 14 DR 7179 and also 15 DR 17521. It's the same exact dates, August 13th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
He has a 13th. Oh, okay. You have another one. It's a possession case.
Yeah.
All right, 1 second. All right. Yes, you have another case. It's 2020 CF 814480. It's possession of methamphetamine. I do find probable cause for this offense. Your bond is going to remain at $1,000, okay? So you do have a bond on this case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, don't miss your court date.
I'm not, ma'am. I appreciate it. That's it.
That's it. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Michael Newton.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have 2 cases. You have an out-of-county warrant. Looks like out of Polk County is for possession of drug paraphernalia. The judge in that case is not giving you a bond. It's currently set at 0. And you have another case here. Is that? Okay. So then that's it. For us? Okay. You have 2 new cases here. It's 2020 CF 8151. It's possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. Okay. I do find probable cause for this offense. As to count 1, your bond's going to remain at $1,000, and as to count 2, your bond's going to remain at $100. Now, you were out on ROR, looks like 2 cases, correct, PTR?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And that's 2020 that looks like a 150. So I'm going to revoke your ROR, your bond set at 0, and for 2020 CF 5261AO, I'm going to go ahead and revoke the ROR as well and set you at 0 at this time due to the new offense.
Your Honor, to clarify, on the 2020 MM000536AW, what action did you take? That's an
Say that case number again.
2020 MM000536AW.
536. I don't have that. Is that another case that he's out on ROR?
He's actually out on an NTA that he received on June 15th. I believe the other case that you mentioned, the misdemeanor got transferred to the felony. So that was one case, and he has this second case that he's out on an NTA for.
State? You have a position? All right, I'll go ahead and revoke that on 2020. Can you say it one more time?
2020 MM000536AW.
36AW. All right. Thank you. Okay, is that Rubenez Pena?
He refused, Your Honor.
You refuse, Ms. Johnson?
I can waive his appearance.
Thank you. It's driving under the influence and threatening a public servant. It's in reference to case 2020 CF 8154AO. I do find probable cause. As to count 1, which is threatening a public servant, I do find probable cause. Bonds will remain at $1,000. As to count 2, the DUI, I do find probable cause. I'm going to set his bond at $500. He's not to possess or consume any alcohol. Anything else, State?
Due to the threat to the public servant, I asked that not having access to weapons or arms.
No weapons, no firearms. Next person I have is William Green.
Yes.
All right. Sir, I have 2020 MM4880. It's an unlawful discharge of a firearm. And then count 2 is using a firearm while under the influence of alcohol. I do find probable cause for each of these offenses. As to count 1, your bond's going to be set at $500. As to count 2, your bond's going to remain at $250. You're not to possess any weapons and firearms at this time. Anything else, State?
Yes, I don't own any kind of.
Okay, hold on. State?
I asked that the defendant not have access to bars or alcohol.
All right, State's requesting no bars, no alcohol, so I'll go ahead and add that as a condition. All right, thank you. Edward Kish.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you have, let's see here. You have an out-of-county warrant. It's out of Seminole County. You were given a bond, and your bond is $495. On the case that we have in here, it's a 2020 CF 492680. I'm not going to take any action on that. All right, thank you. Julie DiSevesio.
Your Honor, she bonded.
Okay, thank you. Alexander Gustafson,
Your Honor, he refused.
right, Ms. Johnson?
I can waive his appearance.
Thank you.
This was Gustafson,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have case 2020 CF 618980. I will waive the formal reading of the charges. Just 1 second. And being that this is an arrest warrant, probable cause has already been found and bond has already been set at $10,000. And that is all. James Harrison.
Your Honor, he's mental health.
Ms. Johnson, how do you wish to?
I can waive his appearance.
Great, thank you. Right, this is also an arrest warrant for 2020 CF 75290. There are 3 counts. The first count is armed burglary of a dwelling with explosive, dangerous weapons. Bond has been set at, let me make sure, looks like $50,000. As to count 2, grand theft, bond has been set at $1,000, and theft of a firearm bond has been set at $1,000. He is not to have any contact with any illicit victims. He is not to return to the scene of the offense. He is not to possess any weapons or firearms. I'm sorry? Oh, I missed one. All right, yes. Mr. Harrison has another case. 2020 CF 807780. It alleges 4 counts. First count is aggravated assault on law enforcement. Second count is possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Possession of firearm with an altered serial number. And 4 is resisting an officer without violence. State, would you like to be heard in regards to the aggravated assault, law enforcement with the firearm?
Your Honor, I asked that he be set at a high bond. Even though he didn't fire, we did point the gun at the law enforcement as he was running.
Defense?
I have nothing to add, Your Honor.
Just 1 second. Bond is set at $15,000. It's to count 2, possession of firearm by a convicted felon. It's going to remain at $150. Possession of firearm with an altered serial number is going to remain at $150. And resisting officer without violence is going to remain at $100. Does Mr. Harrison have any other cases?
Yes, he has 3 open detainers for open cases.
It's on the back page. All right, so he has 2020 CF 234780. He's out on bond. I'm gonna go ahead and revoke his bond, set him at 0. Yep, that's it. 3.
Your Honor, could you repeat that case number again?
2020 CF 234780. On 2020 CT 182480, he's out on bond. I'm gonna go ahead and revoke this bond, set it at 0. 2019 CF 157540. He's out on ROR for this case. I'm gonna revoke his ROR, set him at 0. Have I missed anything else? All right, thank you. All right, Reginald, is it Moch?
Your Honor, he's medical.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
I can waive his appearance, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bless you.
Thank you.
So this is case 2020 CF 8048. There's 2 counts, robbery with a firearm and possession of firearm, commission of felony. I do find probable cause for each of these offenses. As to count 1, robbery with a firearm, the bond will be set at $15,000. As to count 2, possession of firearm, commission of a felony, your bond is set at $5,000. He's not to have any contact with his co-defendant. He is not to have any contact with the listed victim. He's not to have any weapons or firearms. 15,000. Anything else? All right, thank you. And we have Angel Ortiz Perez.
Your Honor, he's medical also.
Okay, I'm not going to reset him. Ms. Johnson?
I can waive his appearance, Your Honor.
Thank you. I have case 2020 CF 803580. I'm going to waive the reading of each of these counts. Count 1, I'm going to keep it at 0 to give the state an opportunity to do any motions that they wish to do. And count 2, it's going to remain at $7,500. Todrick Peterson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Peterson. You have a few cases. We'll first handle 2020 CF 8090. It's 4 counts. The first one is trafficking meth. I do find probable cause. Your bonds will remain at $50,000. The second count is possession of cocaine. Your bonds will remain at $150. The third count is possession of drug paraphernalia. Your bonds will remain at $100. And the third count is resisting officer without violence. Your bond's going to go ahead and remain at $100. Let's see. All right, we have 2020 CF 2926. It looks like you were RRR'd on these offenses. I'm going to go ahead and revoke this at this time and set it at 0. You also have 2020 CF 5212. You were out on RRR on these offenses, so I'm going to revoke the RRR and set you at 0. You had 2020 MM3123AO. I'm going to go ahead and revoke the ROR, set you at 0. Madam Clerk, I think that is all that I have. All right, thank you, sir. Okay, wait. Dion Richardson.
Your Honor, he's medical.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
I can waive his appearance, Your Honor.
Thank you. I have a charging affidavit for 2020 CF 8128AO. It's 2 counts. First count is battery by strangulation, domestic violence. I do find probable cause for this offense. Bond is going to be set at $1,500. Regards to resisting arrest without violence, bond is going to remain at $500. He is not to have any contact with the listed victim. He's not to return to the location of 1460 Mercy Drive. I will give him a one-time assistance with law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. He's to maintain separate residences from the victim. He's not to possess any weapons or firearms. Count 1 was $1,500. Christopher Smith. All right, Mr. Smith, I have a charging affidavit for 2020 CF 78460. It's 2 counts, aggravated battery on a pregnant person, and petty theft, second degree, first offense. I do find probable cause for each of these offenses. Your bond as to count 1, you don't qualify for PTR. Hold on for 1 second. State, I see that this is a warrant, but I don't have any facts for the aggravated battery.
Just have a little blurb.
Yeah, me too. I know that judge found PC. I just need some information about it.
This is an out of state.
The ag bat? Okay, 1 second. Okay. All right. Your bond, I do find probable cause for aggravated battery on a pregnant person. Your bond's gonna be set at $3,500. As to the resisting, I do find probable, not resisting, I'm sorry, the petty theft. Your bond's gonna be set at $100. You are not to have any contact with the listed victim, who is Miss Kiara Miller. You are to maintain separate residences from her. You are not to return to her property. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Anything else, State? All right. All right, thank you. Travis Jones?
Jarvis, Trice.
Jarvis?
Trice, yeah, not Jones.
Trice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, defense would be asking for ROR on this case due to the charges of littering. Defense would also be okay.
For 2020 CO 565, littering prohibited. I did review the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for the violation of the city ordinance. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You do have another case. It's the sell and delivery case. Is that 2020 CF 2953?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I am actually not going to take any action for the bonds on this case. Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't think we have anyone else at the jail.
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, great. You all have a good Sunday.
You too, as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
señoría, en este caso dado, si él logra identificarse, solicitaremos caución juratoria.
And, Madam Interpreter, have you been previously sworn for today?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Lower Royal State Certified Interpreter.
Great, good morning.
Buenos días.
Can you please state your first and last name for me?
Por favor, indique su nombre y apellido. I'm sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter cannot hear.
Sir, can you speak up for us?
Señor, ¿acaso podría usted hablar más alto? No se le oye. All I could hear was Paris at the end. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Speak up for me.
Más alto. Again, Your Honor, I'm getting it so far out away the voice that I can only catch Paris.
Imer Tomás Pérez.
Iber Thomas Paris.
IMR.
IMR.
What is your date of birth, sir?
¿Su fecha de nacimiento cuál es, señor?
11 de mayo del 96.
May the 11th, 96.
May 11th, 1996?
11 de mayo de 1996?
Así es.
Correct.
Reporter cannot hear. Oh, Ms. Hill, are you all on mute?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what, okay, that's fine. Mr. Eber Thomas Perez, I've reviewed a charging affidavit for your arrest for operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Señor Iber Thomas Pérez, he estudiado el informe acusatorio del arresto por haber conducido sin licencia válida.
I do find probable cause.
Determino que existe indicios de criminalidad.
Mr. Yao, do you have any objections for either a straight PTR or ROR?
Licenciado, ¿tiene alguna objeción a que se le dé libertad provisional o, si no, caución juratoria? La Fiscalía no tiene ninguna objeción, su señoría.
All right, sir, I'm going to go ahead and release you on your own recognizance. Thank you.
Muy bien, señor. Se le va a poner en libertad bajo palabra de honor. Gracias.
Yes, for the record, I'm going to go ahead and provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office on all matters for today. And Ms. Cobb, if you can state your first and last name for the record.
Yes, Ebony Cobb, Public Defender's Office.
Thank you. And state. All right. And PTR.
Officer Pat Hill on behalf of PTR.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. And Madam Interpreter, can you make an announcement in regards to other individuals needing your services?
Si hay alguien más ahí que requiere un intérprete en español, por favor, levante la mano.
One person? Okay.
Pedro Vasquez.
Okay, thank you. Right. Mr. Pedro Vasquez, I have a charging affidavit with one count, petty theft, first offense.
Señor Pedro Vázquez, tengo aquí un informe acusatorio con un cargo de hurto de menor cuantía, siendo la primera vez.
Sí, es la primera vez.
Yes, it's the first time.
I did review the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for your arrest.
Si he estudiado el informe acusatorio, determino que existe indicios de criminalidad para sustentar el arresto suyo.
Your bond is going to remain at $250.
Se va a mantener la fianza en $250.
Your Honor, would you consider direct PTR? He has very minimal history. He has no prior petty theft charges and no arrest in the state of Florida.
All right. Well, go ahead.
Su señoría estaría dispuesta de concederle libertad provisional. Él tiene un historial bastante mínimo, no tiene antecedentes previos de hurto de menor cuantía, ni tampoco arrestos en el estado de la Florida.
All right, Ms. Hill, I have no objections to a straight pretrial release, sir. Please do not return to the 7-Eleven gas station located at 2600 South Poinciana Boulevard.
Muy bien, no tengo ninguna objeción de concederle libertad provisional. Señor, sepa usted que está prohibido regresar a la gasolinera del 7-Eleven ubicado en la 2600 South Poinciana Boulevard.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so, Madam Interpreter, we will give you a call back. I don't want to touch the screen.
I can just stay connected, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, next person is Brian Beard.
Judge, we're asking the court to set bond at $500.
Thank you. Mr. Beard, I received a charging affidavit for battery. I do find probable cause for your arrest. Ms. Hill, does he qualify for bonds with PTR?
Yes, Your Honor, and for the record, he has no prior arrest.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to set your bond at $500. I'm going to include pretrial release conditions, no contact with the listed victim. You are to maintain a separate residence from her. If you did share residence with her, we'll give you one-time assistance with law enforcement to retrieve any personal property. No weapons, no firearms. When I say no contact, that means no direct or indirect. You cannot speak to friends or family members on your behalf to communicate with this victim. Do you understand me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Miguel Camacho Charlemagne.
Your Honor, we're hoping that Madam Public Defender will request a waiver of his appearance. He currently is in positive medical status in quarantine.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cobb?
Yes, I'll go ahead and waive his appearance. And I have a PC argument on the child abuse case.
Okay. Let's hear your PC argument in regards to count 2.
Florida Statute 827.03, subsection 2, subsection C, defines child abuse as the intentional act that causes physical or mental injury to a child. In reading the police report, Officer Gomez says that there was no physical injury to Fabian, who is the toddler in this case, and he also includes that he includes that the child woke up and cried. I'm arguing that that alone is an indicia of emotional injury. So here we don't have physical injury and we don't have enough for emotional injury. So I don't think we have probable cause for child abuse without great bodily harm.
Right. State. All right. As to count 1, battery, domestic, find probable cause, your bond's going to be set at $500. In regards to the child abuse, without great bodily harm, I'm going to go ahead and ROR on that count.
Your Honor, will you be ordering no contact?
Oh, yes, no contact with the listed victim, no return to the address. I will give him a one-time assistance with law enforcement to retrieve any personal property. They are to maintain separate residences, no weapons, no firearms in this case. Mr. Yao, do you have any additional conditions? All right, thank you. No PCS. Willie Dowdell. Right, sir. I have a violation of probation for case 2014 CF13. The judge in that case has set your bond at 0 at this time, sir. Thank you. Patrick Fenn.
Your Honor, Mr. Finn does qualify for direct PTR.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fenn, I reviewed your charging affidavit for 2 counts, resisting arrest without violence and trespass of an occupied structure, conveyance. I do find probable cause to each of these offenses. Before we talk about bond, I want to hear from the state if you have any objections to straight PTR.
I got a bond out.
Hold on, sir. For either counts? On the trespass? Okay. Ms. Cobb, would you like to be heard?
As to the trespass, in this, I don't know what his criminal history is, but I would be asking for direct PTR on this case as well. It doesn't. I mean, it looks like he, from the police report, that he was thrashing his legs about, but outside of that, it doesn't look like this was a violent offense. I understand that he was not cooperative with the police in this matter. However, he is charged with resisting, based on the fact that he is charged with resisting, and it does look like he has ties to this community. I'm asking for direct PTR.
As to count 1, I find probable cause. Your bonds can be set at $500. As to count 2, I do find probable cause. We'll do a direct PTR on count 2.
And would that be no return?
No return, yes. Thank you. All right, thank you, sir. Janie Hamilton.
She's in the hospital, Your Honor.
Okay, I have provisionally appointed the public defender's office for Ms. Hamilton.
So, Judge, I'll waive her appearance and ask to set bond at $500.
Okay, thank you. I did review the charging affidavit for battery domestic. I do find probable cause. Bonds will be set at $500. Does she qualify for bonds with PTR?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Conditions of the PTR is not to have any contact with the listed victim, David Covert, to maintain separate residences, no weapons, no firearms. If she has any personal items at the home, I'll give her one-time assistance with law enforcement to retrieve personal items. Danny Dwayne, can't read that last name. Let's see. Pagay. Good morning. Okay, I have the DUI charging affidavit. I did review. I do find probable cause for this offense. Your bond's going to be set at $500.
Your Honor, would
Any
you
other-
consider direct PTR in this case?
No. Anything from the state?
In terms of conditions, or
Yes.
well, no bars, no alcohol, no driving.
No bars, no alcohol, and no driving at this time. All right, thank you.
So your bond is $500.
Enrique Padua.
Judge, this is a warrant, but it's for, it looks like a failure to register. We're asking for ROR.
you doing, Your Honor?
Good morning. Mr. Yao, do you have any further information about the failure to register? Is it failure to register as a felon?
It's charged as a
misunderstanding.
but I don't have the underlying affidavit. Felony warrant, Your Honor. It's, sorry, it's,
Hold on, sir.
I believe it's a sex offender violation.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Okay, sir, your bond at this time is 0. You have the assistance of the public defender's office. Go ahead and speak with your attorney. They can go ahead and file potentially a motion for a bond in front of the judge that's assigned to your case, okay?
Ma'am,
Thank you.
there was a misunderstanding because Anna Rivera did file, which works for the sheriff's department.
I know who Ms. Rivera is. Like I said, don't tell me anything about your case. You are being recorded. Go ahead and speak with your public defender, okay? Thank you.
So the PTR doesn't comply.
Right, Kenneth Pardovani. Good afternoon. I've reviewed a charging affidavit for aggravated battery, bodily harm, disability. All right. For this one, I had some issues with the trying to find PC for the aggravated battery because there's no mention of the wrist being broken or fractured or anything like that.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, is this the case with the garage door, or is this the case with
Yes,
it looks like someone's teeth?
the garage door.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to assume the officers believe the garage door is the deadly weapon.
I believe that as well. It looks like the garage door would be bodily harm.
Right, Ms. Cobb?
Well, yeah, I had a PC argument for that one. It doesn't, the affidavit leaves out just the extent of the injury. It leaves out what is supposed to be this, I guess the cause of the injury, like is it the garage door? Because she says that, he also writes that she put her hand up towards the garage door when she was leaving out of it. So it's unclear whether Mr. Pardovani used the garage door or she just, her hand, one moment, let me just read over it again. Because I know she says in the police report, the officer writes that she puts her hand up to go outside the garage door.
This is what I'm going to do. I find PC for a battery. I don't currently find PC for an aggravated battery at this time. Obviously, you know, you're going to be making that decision if you want to upfile it or not, if you receive some additional information. So I will give you a bond for PC of battery domestic violence. Your bond is going to be, I'm going to set your bond at $1,000 on this case. You're not to have any contact with the listed victim. You are not to return to the residence. I will give you a one-time assistance with law enforcement if you have any personal items there, which means that you cannot go there. You have to go there with police officers in order to get your items, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You have to maintain separate residences. You cannot live with her. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anything else, State? All right. Thank you. Next case is Richard Ramirez Barrios.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, I did review the charging affidavit for aggravated battery causing great bodily harm. I do find probable cause for this offense. Your bond's going to be set at $3,500. You're not to have any contact with illicit victim. You're to maintain separate residences. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You're not to consume any alcohol. Anything else, State? All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, for the record, he is currently on state probation. He's being supervised out of Orlando on a Broward County case. The charge was burglary, armed burglary, and his scheduled termination date is August 2022.
Do you have the Orange? Well, I'm sorry. You said it's a Broward County case, but he's being supervised by Orange County.
Correct.
Okay, I won't take any action. I'll let Broward County handle that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Willie Troutman. Right, Mr. Troutman, I have an out-of-county warrants for case 2018 CF 17681. The bond on that case is currently set at 0 at this time, okay? Thank you, sir. Danica Tuma.
Your Honor, she requires a sign language interpreter, and we reached out. They weren't able to come up with one today.
Okay.
So if we could reset her tomorrow.
We will reset for tomorrow. Thank you. Robert Ortiz.
Your Honor, he is a behavioral safety issue, as well as the next one, Malik Pena Ortiz. They were not able to bring him because of his both of them violent behavior.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cobb, will you please consider waiving the appearance of Robert Ortiz?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll go ahead and waive his appearance and ask the court to set bond.
All right, thank you. I reviewed a charging affidavit for battery on believe it's not on the detainee, it's actually on an officer, a corrections officer. I do find probably.
We have her here now, Your Honor.
Thank you. Right. Good morning, Ms. Jimenez.
She does require the interpreter.
Yes. Okay. Madam Interpreter, are you still on the line?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't realize it was on mute.
No problem. We have Ileana Cecilia Jimenez. And I have a charging affidavit for her for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon.
Tengo aquí un informe acusatorio en contra de usted por agresión física calificada con arma mortífera.
I do find probable cause.
Determino que existen indicios de criminalidad para sustentar el arresto.
See, you have a position in regards to the amount of bond in this case?
La Fiscalía tiene algo que decir con respecto a la fianza en esta causa. Counsel, you need to get the microphone near you. I cannot hear you.
No hear you fine.
Okay, the state is saying that bond should be set at least $2,500.
La fianza, de parte de la Fiscalía, ellos consideran que la fianza se debería de fijar en $2,500.
Ms. Cobb, do you wish to be heard?
Licenciado, ¿usted tiene algo que desea contar?
My impression was 1,500 because of the injuries, and I don't have her. I'm sorry, I don't have her criminal history.
Su señoría, mi impresión iba a ser que era 1,500 debido a la lesión y no tengo los antecedentes penales de ella.
All right. Based on what I've read, I do find probable cause. I'm going to go ahead and set bond at $3,500. Go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Basado en lo que he leído yo, sí encuentro que existe indicios de criminalidad y por lo tanto la fianza se fijará en $3,500.
You're not to have any contact with the listed victim.
Usted está prohibida tener ningún tipo de contacto con los testigos enumerados.
You're to maintain separate residences.
Prohibido convivir con ellos.
You are not to return to 2401 Academy Circle, apartment 106 in Kissimmee, Florida.
Prohibida usted regresar a la 2401 Academy Circle, apartamento 106 en Kissimmee, Florida.
I will give you one-time assistance with law enforcement to retrieve any personal property that you may have there.
Le voy a permitir una vez regresar a la vivienda acompañada por un agente policial para recoger sus pertenencias.
That means that you cannot return to that property without being with a police officer.
Lo cual significa que usted está prohibida regresar a esa propiedad si no tiene un agente policial acompañándole.
Do you understand?
¿Me está entendiendo? Yes.
All right, you're not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Prohibido la tenencia de armas de fuego o armas.
Yes. I'm sorry,
Yes.
no alcohol and no bars.
Ningún alcohol y nada de cantinas.
Right, thank you, ma'am.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Dígame.
Que no fue una arma blanca, fue una llave de carro.
It wasn't a weapon, it was a key.
Don't say anything else about your case. You're being recorded. I want you to speak with your attorney, okay?
No quiero que usted diga nada con respecto al caso, ya que todo se está grabando. Prefiero que usted en vez hable con su abogado. ¿Está bien?
Okay, está bien.
Okay. Very well.
Thank you. All right, if that is all, I'm going to disconnect with Osceola. You guys have a good weekend.
Thank you, Your
You
Honor.
too. Thank you.
It's BRC 2.
Okay.
Is this Miss Romero?
No, this is Laura Arroyo.
Royo?
Arroyo, yes.
Arroyo. Thank you. If you would just check to make sure that the defendant can hear you.
Connection is established.
Thank you. He always does this for me until right now. Maybe I can do that. Sir, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Martínez Pérez Alexander. Alexander. Martínez Pérez Alexander.
Martinez Perez Alexander.
This is case number 20 CF 7782. Sir, you were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, and burglary with an assault or battery. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Ms. Fusco, did you want to be heard with respect to bond on count 1?
Yes, Your Honor. The state asked the court to consider all the facts in the affidavit. Is she interpreting?
Thank you, Ms.
The interpreter is interpreting.
Okay. The defendant entered the victim's property and struck victim 1 in the head, causing fatal injuries, and cut victim 2 in the neck and chest with a box cutter, causing hospitalization. While threatening to kill, the victim took property of the victims and the victim's vehicle. There were latent prints matching the defendant's prints from a previous arrest. The defendant was captured on video surveillance in the victim's home. The defendant was driving the victim's vehicle when he struck another vehicle. The defendant was positively identified in a photo lineup and identifiable in the video surveillance footage. The autopsy of victim 1 showed the cause of death to be homicide from
Eso es
blunt force.
mentira. Eso es mentira. Objeción.
Excuse me, Mr. Martinez, please be quiet. This is your attorney in courtroom 1. Do not discuss anything right now. I'm going to have a lawyer come talk to you and make sure you understand your rights, that you have the right to remain silent. Everything right now is being recorded. Don't say a word, please. I'll handle it for you, okay?
The autopsy of victim 1 showed the cause of death to be homicide from blunt force trauma to the head. The state asked the court to find that there is proof evident or presumption great and hold the defendant with no bond.
Ms. Custon, did you want to respond?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. At this time, based upon the information contained in the probable cause affidavit for arrest, Mr. Alexander, the state has met their burden to establish that there is proof evident or presumption great with respect to count 1. Bond will remain at none. You will have to have your lawyer file a bond motion in Division 22 regarding bond as to that count. Bond on count 2 will be $50,000. Bond on count 3 will be $10,000. Mr. Martinez-Perez, you are not to have any contact with the victim or witnesses in this case. You are not to return to the scene, and you are not to possess any weapons or firearms, sir. Thank you.
Bullshit.
And Madam Interpreter, thank you for your help. That's the only Spanish case we have this morning.
You're welcome, Your Honor. The interpreter will disconnect.
All right, have a good day. Sir, good morning. Your name?
Jean Marie Guerriere.
Sir,
Good morning.
good morning. This is case number 20 CF 7972. This case was reset from yesterday for the state to provide additional probable cause.
I wasn't able to pay the bond.
Ms. Custom, did you have any additional probable cause arguments? Or are you satisfied with the supplemental documentation?
No, Your Honor. We're satisfied with it.
Okay. So there is probable cause, Mr. Burrier. I know that the alleged victim testified yesterday. Was there an order to not possess no contact? So that was already done. All right. Just to remind you, Mr. Burrier, yesterday the judge ordered that you're not to have any contact with the victim. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms, and you are to maintain a separate residence.
Your Honor.
Does he qualify? He has an active warrant.
I believe he's supposed to be released on that one.
Yeah.
They haven't served the warrant, it's just a hold. So whenever he bonds out on the Orange County, they'll probably serve the
They told me yesterday I could bond.
So failure to appear for multiple arraignments. I don't know what it is. Okay. Mr. Burrier, I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Does he need to sign a no contact order, Your Honor?
I think I did that yesterday.
No, you didn't.
Oh. What is pretrial release? Oh, sorry.
So you're going to have to be, instead of paying a bond, a monetary bond, you're going to be supervised by a pretrial release officer while you're waiting for your case to go to court.
Okay.
Does he need
All right,
to-
they're going to come in.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay. Were you in court yesterday, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I would think he would have signed a no contact order yesterday, but we can have him sign it again just in case it wasn't done.
No problem.
All right. Do you have any questions, sir, about the no contact order?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I remember signing this yesterday.
Good morning, sir. Your name?
Kenneth Davis. Good morning.
Mr. Davis, good morning. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for burglary of a dwelling, aggravated stalking with a credible threat, and criminal mischief. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Is there a witness here for Mr. Davis? No? All right, Mr. Davis, at this time, you are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or any firearms. Bond at count 1 is going to be $3,500. Bond on count 2, $150. Bond on count 3, $100. You are not to have any, as I said, contact with the victim. You have to maintain a separate residence and no weapons or firearms, sir. Do you have
Yes.
any questions about anything that I've ordered?
Yes, I understand everything. Thank you, Gianna.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay.
We're finished, sir. Thank you. Sean, that has to be filed in that one case. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Brandon Cox.
I'm sorry. Tell me again.
Brandon Cox.
How about I have Gordon Sarah is a reset. Jean Gerard.
He's medical, Your Honor.
Okay.
Medical.
So this looks like it was reset. They wanted me to put in the order that the subject is to be picked up by St. Lucie County. So we'll do that and see where that goes. So Sean, on that order, that's all that we need to put for Miss Gordon.
I'll reset.
Oh, it says St. Lucie to be picked up, defendant to be picked up.
Yeah,
by
it's
St.
right
Lucie.
there. I'm highlighted. Thank you. And what about Luz Barrero?
He's also medical.
She's also medical?
Yes, Your Honor. Medical.
Okay. That's 20 CF 8053. Is there a witness for Miss Barrero?
No.
All right. She was a, Miss Custon, I'm going to play your office. Do you want to waive her appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's 20 CF 8053. She was arrested for aggravated battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. She is not to have any contact with the victim. She is to maintain a separate residence. She is not to possess any weapons or any firearms. I'm going to release Ms. Barrero on her own recognizance at this time. Are you Mr. Cox?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You are here in 20 CF 7942. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant for battery by strangulation, domestic violence, tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement, and battery domestic violence. I will appoint the public defender to represent you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Tell me your name.
Amber Francis.
Miss Francis, do you want to have contact with Mr. Cox?
Yes, I do.
Are you afraid of him?
No, I'm not.
Do you currently live together?
As of right now, no.
No? Okay. Have there been any other instances of violence between the two of you?
No, ma'am.
All right. Has anything happened since this allegedly occurred on June 26th of this year?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any children together?
No, ma'am.
All right. Are there any children in the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any concerns about their safety if I were to allow contact between the two of you?
No, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Fisco, did you have any questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Custon?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Cox, at this time, I am going to order that you're not to have any hostile contact with Ms. Francis. Do you understand what that means, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You are not to possess any weapons or any firearms. Bond on count 1 is going to be $1,500. Bond on count 2, $150. Bond on count 3, $100. And then, Mr. Cox, you also have reporting requirements when you are released from the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Tell me your name.
Donald Scott Gandy Jr.
All right. Just give me 1 second, sir. How about Irving Gonzalez?
He's next, Your Honor. He's next.
What?
He's after him, Your Honor.
He's next.
Is he medical?
No, they say he's next. There you go, right there, Judge.
Oh,
He's right here, Your Honor.
okay, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, My Honor.
Tell me your name, please.
Irvin Jose Gonzalez Linares.
This is case number 19 CF 9841. Sir, you were arrested.
The victim in Spanish?
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm sorry. This is a little English. No, just you Spanish.
Sure. Okay, just give me a moment, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Dalia Romero, Spanish interpreter on the line, not sworn in yet.
Okay. Sean, could you swear the witness in?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to translate from Spanish to English, from English to Spanish in the testimony given today?
Yes, I do. Dalia Romero, state certified Spanish interpreter. Your Honor, are we on the loudspeaker only without the headsets? Can we do that?
Yes, ma'am. I need you to translate for the witness only.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, you were arrested in 2 cases. I will appoint a public defender to represent you in both. In 19 CF 9841, you failed to appear for case management conference. Bond on count 1 is 1,000. Bond on count 2 is 200. And then you were arrested in 20 MM 4836 for violation of a domestic injunction. There is probable cause for that offense, sir.
Can I say something, My Honor?
No, sir. Listen, I don't want you to talk about the facts of your case. I have your lawyer in the courtroom with me, and they do not want you to talk about your facts. You'll be able to talk with them about that at a later time.
I have a letter saying that the case is closed. How am I know, you know?
Ms. Custon. Yes, Your Honor. Will you look up for me 19 CF, or Ms. Fusco, 19 CF 9841, and tell me if that case is open or closed?
This is one here, FTA.
For no reason, man.
Oh, it's the FTA case?
9841, yes.
No, with COVID.
Okay.
We have court.
Oh, it says
There's no reason being here.
the possession of heroin, possession of controlled substance case.
No, it was the domestic violence.
Oh, I was thinking.
Oh,
that's
no,
not right.
9841. 9841 is tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement and battery domestic violence, and that's the FTA case, so that's open. Okay. Madam Interpreter, this will be directed to the witness. Ma'am, good morning. Please tell me your name.
Buenos días, señora. Por favor, díganos su nombre completo.
Nombre completo es Astrid Madeleine Cárdenas González.
Astrid Madeleine Cárdenas González.
All right, ma'am, what would you like to tell the court this morning?
Señora, ¿qué quiere decirle usted a la jueza en esta mañana?
Ok. Yo quería decirle, yo tengo una carta que hice y también tengo una carta que al acusado le llegó diciendo que no tenía el warranty. Y a mí me gustaría darle la carta a la jueza para que la leyera. Si no sería mucha molestia.
Okay, un momento. Well, what I wanted to say, I have a letter that I wrote, and I have a letter that the defendant received that stating that he didn't have a warrant. I would like for the judge to take a look at the letter and read it.
Okay. Can you pass it through the...
Thank you so much.
¿Puede pasarla, por favor?
Ms. Custon and Ms. Fusco, did you want to look at the letter?
La juez le pregunta a la fiscal y al abogado de defensa si quieren mirar esta carta.
Yes, please, thank you. I'm gonna give these back.
He said right there, Judge.
Okay. So, ma'am, I had an opportunity to review the documents you provided to the court.
Señora, he tenido la oportunidad de repasar el documento que usted le ha provisto a la juez.
I do not have the authority to dismiss charges against Mr. Gonzalez.
Yo no tengo la autoridad para desestimarle los cargos al señor González.
That is a decision that the state attorney will make.
Eso es una decisión que el fiscal ha de tomar.
You need to forward that letter to the state attorney's office or call their office to let them know your wishes on the case.
Usted necesita enviarle esa carta a la oficina de la fiscalía, informándole a ellos lo que usted desea que pase en ese caso.
The other document you've provided was a letter from your lawyer who helped you with the injunction.
Y el otro documento que usted ha provisto es la carta del abogado quien le ayudó a usted con la orden de alejamiento.
If you have changed your mind or have questions about about the injunction, I would recommend that you call that lawyer who helped you in the first place.
Si usted ha cambiado de parecer en cuanto a la orden de alejamiento, yo le aconsejo que se comunique con su abogado y él le explique el proceso de lo que se tiene que hacer.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And then to
That's
Mr.
right.
Gonzalez, sir,
Yes.
until that final injunction, although it says on that letter that the case is closed, it's closed because an order of final injunction was issued. So until that order is modified by the court, it exists. And every time that you violate the order, it is a new criminal offense. Do you understand?
Yes, my honor.
Okay.
Sorry.
And that's something you can talk with your lawyer more about. Okay?
Mr. Gonzalez, do you have a phone number so that there's no more failure to appear issues?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
787-909-6126. Do you guys need my
Thank
new
you.
address?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. 5000 Commander Drive, apartment 125, Orlando, Florida, 32822.
Thank you, sir. And then in 20 MM 4836, your bond is going to be set at $500, and you're to abide by the injunction that is currently in place, sir.
Anything? Oh, so don't worry about the condition, right? Just put them back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Do you have any other questions?
Señora, ¿alguna otra pregunta?
No, más nada. Muchísimas gracias.
No, nothing else. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor,
Bless you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, do he need to sign a no contact order?
Injunction. There's already one in place.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Sir, good morning. Your name?
Good morning and God bless. I'm Donald Gandy Jr.
I'm sorry, did you say you're Mr. Johnson?
No, I said Donald Gandy Jr., ma'am.
All right, let me go through these and see who's not here. How about Mr. Everett Johnson?
We have Johnson right here, Your Honor.
Oh,
You had told God. You had him on top. Before, here he go right here.
Your Honor, we had Gandy as next. He's not on the docket.
he was stuck to the bottom of another case. So he was next. I just didn't have the case because it was stuck to the other one.
Oh, okay. I would just.
So I'll call Mr. Gandy. Is this Mr. Johnson?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right, then I'll do Mr. Gandy next. Damn, this one's stuck too. Okay. I don't know. All right. Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, sir. Thank you. Okay. Sir, Mr. Johnson, you were arrested in 20 CF 8058 for robbery, battery, domestic violence, and petty theft of $100 or more. There's probable cause, sir. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Is there a witness for Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, you're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or any firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
Your bond on count 1 is going to be $1,000. Bond on count 2, $100. Bond on count 3, $100. Sir, do you have any questions about anything that I've ordered?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. I'll just need you to sign the no contact order.
That's fine. So we play this.
Good morning and God bless again.
Good morning, Mr. Gandy, correct?
Yes, ma'am. You put me to the back burner
Yes, sir.
3 times.
Sorry about the confusion, sir. This is case number 20 CF 8043. You were arrested for aggravated battery on a pregnant person and battery domestic violence.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a witness for Mr. Gandy? Mr. Gandy, you are to not have any contact with the victim.
Yes,
You're to
ma'am.
maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or any firearms. Your bond on count 1 is $1,000. Your bond on count 2 is $100. Mr. Gandy, do you have any questions about the no contact order, sir?
No, ma'am. I totally understand it.
Okay, thank you.
Said 1,000.
Good morning, your name?
Nee Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, you're here in 20 CF 8059. You were arrested for aggravated battery. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond, sir, is going to be $1,500. Is there a witness for Mr. Rogers? Sir, you are not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms, sir.
Your Honor, he needs pretrial release. You're gonna.
He doesn't qualify.
Mr. Rogers, Sidney Rogers.
Oh, am I looking at the wrong sheet? I'm sorry. I got mixed up because I had Mr. Gandy out of order. Does Mr. Rogers qualify?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Rogers, I will place you on pretrial release at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions about the no contact order?
No, I do not.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, you said maintain separate residence?
Pardon me?
Maintain separate residence too, or just?
Yes. No contact, separate residence. No. Sir, good morning. Your name?
Roberto Antonio Vargas.
Mr. Vargas, you are here in 20 CF 8052. You were arrested for aggravated battery, domestic violence. There's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, we asked for him to be ROR'd based on the fact they're brothers, and it sounds like it was a mutual fight, and the brother didn't want to prosecute in the police report, and his lack of extensive criminal history.
Ms. Costin, I'm not real comfortable with ROR given the fact that basically all his criminal history is batteries. So I'm going to deny that request at this time. Mr. Vargas, you're not to have any contact with your brother. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to have, you're not to possess any weapons or any firearms. I'm going to set bond at $1,000, sir. Thank you. morning, your name?
Good morning.
Ma'am, tell me your name, please.
Melanie Barrios.
Ms. Barrios, this is 20MM 4833. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's
Correct.
probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions about the no contact order, ma'am?
No.
Did you say no?
Yes, speak up.
No.
No questions?
No questions.
Okay. All right. Ms. Barrios, I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, good morning. Your name?
Rodney Field.
Mr. Fell, sir, you are here in case number 20MM 4834. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Is there a witness for Mr. Fell? Mr. Fell, you are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or any firearms. Your bond is going to be $1,000, sir.
All right.
Do you have any questions about the no contact order? Ms. Fernandez?
She is medical, Your Honor.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender to represent Ms. Fernandez. Ms. Custon, do you want to waive her appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's in 20MM 4800. She was arrested for battery dating violence. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent her.
Your Honor, I'm confused if, why she doesn't meet PTR. It does say PTR information on the bottom and that her community ties are verified.
Okay. I will order PTR, and then I guess Courtney should be interviewed. She can get PTR. Okay. I'll order PTR for Ms. Fernandez at this time. Did I do the conditions?
No, you didn't.
Okay, so she's not to have any contact with the victim. She's to maintain a separate residence, and she's not to possess any weapons or firearms. Are you Mr. Hogan?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hogan, sir, you are here in 20MM 4837. You were arrested for battery dating violence. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Is there a witness for Mr. Hogan? Mr. Hogan, you are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions about the no contact order, sir?
No, that's it.
No?
What have a bond?
Okay, sir, I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time. Thank you.
Kowalski is medical, Your Honor.
All right, that's 20MM 4832. Ms. Costin, I'll appoint your office. Do you want to waive her appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
She was arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. She's not to have any contact with the victim. She's to maintain a separate residence. She's not to possess any weapons or firearms. She's also to abide by any DCF requests or investigation. And I'm going to place her on pretrial release.
We won't be able to interview her because of her.
All right, I'm going to release her ROR. Good morning. Are you Ms. Myers?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, good morning. This is 20MM 4829. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time, Ms. Myers. Do you have any questions for me, ma'am, about the no contact order?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Pretrial release, what is that?
You are going to be supervised by a pretrial release officer, so you're going to have to call in and check in with them during your case until it's resolved in court. You won't have to pay any money to get out of the jail today.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Myers, I want to confirm it's your lawyer. I just want to make sure you understand that if you're living at the same residence, you're going to have to find somewhere to stay until the case is over.
They have somewhere to go. They're gonna be leaving the house.
Perfect. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Your name?
Nar Patrick, ma'am.
Mr. Nar, this is 20MM561. You were arrested.
I'm related to
for
the judge in the
violating-
court.
Excuse me?
I'm related to the judge in the court. And David, Larry also.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Tell me your name, please.
Patricia Johnson.
All right, Miss Johnson, what would you like to tell me this morning?
This is my son, and I am the victim. And he has had a long history of psychiatric problems. Initially, when he was arrested in November, I had asked for the CIT officers to come because I knew that it was time. And I had just come to the courthouse trying to get the Baker Act papers. They denied it. And when this incident took place, they decided that they were going to bring him to the jail rather than to take him to Aspire.
The incident from yesterday?
No, the incident
first one.
from November.
Got it.
Okay, so I have not dropped the charges because I needed for them to decide how they were going to handle this situation because he's still not in his right mind. They released him yesterday. They never had a police escort to come to my home. He came rummaging through for his stuff. I wasn't even there. And then when I got home and I'm telling him, you're not going to be able to stay here, he, of course, he's denying. He's just not in the right mental status to be able to even find a place or even know what the paperwork that was given to him was even all about. He thought it said, I can go back home there and I can do whatever I want to do. So when the police came, I called them last night again. And when they came, I told them he needs to go to Lakeside. He needs to go to Aspire. He doesn't need to go back to the jail. They said, well, you're going to have to go and file the Baker Act papers. Well, I can't keep him in the house. Once he's in jail, I can't file the papers when he's in jail. So he's sick and he needs help. And I don't know what to do to help him. I don't know what to do.
I understand, Ms. Johnson. And by what your son has said in court this morning, I can tell
right
what kind of state that he's in. Unfortunately, today, I don't have a lot of options to offer you in terms of things that I can order. This is the very beginning of the process. And so there's just not a lot of options available today that I wish I could help you with. He's been in jail since November.
Right.
No, Your Honor, he was found incompetent yesterday and he was ROR'd. And the court minutes don't say to not go home, just says no contact with, not mother, but with Desiree Nar Brown. There might be another order that I'm not seeing that's a violation.
So
I never dropped the charges.
He was found incompetent yesterday by the judge.
Will you pull up? I forgot my.
So
can you
why would they send him out?
535? So, Ms. Johnson, for you, there's kind of two separate processes, I guess, that are happening. So he's got the criminal charge, which they're talking about. She's talking about the competency issues within the criminal charge. And I think you're certainly concerned and focused on the criminal charge, but you're thinking more of a civil issue of him being able to get treatment. Right.
The whole thing.
Right. I'm going to look at this order. Will you give me the first appearance, back in November, his first appearance?
Motion was modified. What, the complaint, or you want the?
That would be good, and then the IA court minutes from that November 26th or 27th arrest.
And Your Honor, I'm not sure if this would
27.
trump that. I don't know. May I approach with the
Sure.
court minute? There's no order.
I have a motion that modified.
Who is Desiree Nar Brown?
My granddaughter,
Okay, is that his daughter?
his niece.
His niece, okay. Does she live with you?
At the time, she was staying at the house.
Back in November?
Yes.
Okay. And you're to have phone contact only with Patricia Johnson?
Right.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Just a minute, sir. I'm not trying to ignore you at all.
There's
Mr.
a
Nair, I'm
Priebus.
just trying to gather some facts, okay?
I got a Priebus. No contact order. There is a Priebus one already submitted. That Ms.
All right,
Blackwell.
Mr. Nair, just give me 1 minute, okay?
I will.
Court minutes from November, December the 11th, that's the one you're looking at? He had
This
a-
was Carl, or Judge Wish did this back in the day that he first came in.
Okay, and then, on December the 11th, he went to court on a motion.
Okay. So the initial, the first order that was entered at initial appearance was modified back in December by Judge Bell. And that modified the no contact order to be able to have contact only with mom by phone.
But there's a
She
Priebus
also
order.
found him incompetent back in December. Judge Bell did. The order says, based on the Ortennis motion from defense counsel and hearing from family members, the court finds reasonable grounds that the defendant is not competent to proceed at this time. Speedy told and state concurs.
Weird he was in until yesterday.
So what I'm going to do today regarding release conditions, and I'll deal with that first. So on the battery case, and given also the fact that Ms. Johnson is in here and she's indicated that Mr. Nair has been in custody since November, he's never been released from the jail. He was released yesterday per the new ROR order and the finding of incompetency. And I've heard Mr. Nair speak today, which corroborates what Ms. Johnson is saying. I'm not going to take any action on the 19MM 9535. I'm going to leave that intact. And then I'm just going to set a bond on the new case that came in, 20MM 561, and Ms. Custon, your office can file any appropriate motions with
Your Honor,
respect to that case.
Is there any way to do some sort of mental health pretrial if the mom would be willing to have him back in her home if we did those conditions?
I can have him screened for mental health pretrial, but I don't know that he'll qualify based upon his history.
May I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I am not going to take him back in the home because it's too many issues. And he's already been to the state hospital twice. And the last time that he was released, they sent him to a home, and then the home closed up and they had no place to send him. And so I took him in. But it's too much. I can't take it now. I can't take it anymore.
I understand, Ms. Johnson. I think Ms. Custon was just trying to think of a plan that we could try to maybe work out today. So like I said, I'm going to set the bond. I'm going to set it at $500 on the violation of the domestic. Actually, I'm going to set it at $100 based upon all the facts that have been presented in court. Ms. Johnson, are you afraid of your son?
I'm not afraid, but the problem is that you don't know when he's going to go off. And what happened with my granddaughter, that I didn't expect that. You know, so, and when you're not taking medications and you're not being monitored, you know, anything can happen.
Sure, it's just not predictable.
Yeah, I am a registered nurse, so I can understand it, but it doesn't take away the fear for everybody who comes in your home.
I understand. Ms. Johnson, does your son have any ability to pay his bond, or would that be something you would be doing?
He has money to pay the bond.
Okay. Does he work?
No, he can't work.
He has Social Security?
He gets Social Security disability,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, I wish I had more options for you this morning. I'm going to do everything that I have available to me today to try to help.
Okay.
So I'm going to reiterate in a moment to Patrick what the conditions of his release are, even though I don't know that it's going to be clear, so that in the event that he does bond out, that he doesn't make the same mistake that he made yesterday. And then I'm going to also have him screen Courtney for mental health PTR and just see if he would potentially qualify for the program. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not.
Which program is that?
It's the Orange County Mental Health Pretrial Release Program. It is run through Orange County Corrections and Aspire. And if he was eligible and he was approved and wanted to participate, because he also has to want to do it, he would be assigned a case manager from Aspire who would basically monitor him while he's in the community, while his court cases are pending. The idea would be to be able to link him up with all of the resources in the community that he needs while that case is going on. That way, when the cases are over, he's not just left in the wind, you know, trying to figure out what's going on, that hopefully he would have the resources in place, such as, you know, housing, targeted case management, medication management, someone to help him kind of manage his life until maybe he can get a little more independent.
While he was here, he was on the psychiatric unit.
Here at the jail?
Yes.
Did he ever get transferred to Aspire while he was here? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he took a pill, or I don't know what happened.
Sure.
You know, so I'm thinking that they would have tried that program. I don't know if he was eligible for it. They said that they were looking for placement.
Right.
They had a social worker looking, and they had no place that was appropriate or suitable or something of that nature is what was stated.
Okay. And again, that may be true. I don't know what happened, but I'd like to try again just to see. I don't know if a referral for that particular program was done or not. And then can we also put in to have him screened for a Baker Act? Okay. I'm going to have them screen him here for a Baker Act. And I don't know how they decide who gets taken to Aspire, if they meet the criteria or not.
Right.
But I know that the jail does have beds over at Lakeside for folks who do meet Baker Act criteria. So I will put those things in place. He has the public defender's office who has a social work program, and I know Ms. Custon is writing these things down and is going to contact her office to make sure that they're aware that Mr. Narr is needing some services.
Now, is it possible to somehow keep me updated? I was communicating with Mr. Connor.
He's still his attorney right now. I assume what you're saying is that our social worker have already talked to you about trying to get him a bed. That's how you found out.
Well, they were trying. They never contacted me back again. The only information I had received from Mr. Connor was when he was being released yesterday, that he said there was no appropriate places for him. I didn't get a call back to find out, you know, any details about anything.
So what's your phone number?
407-484-9534.
I assume that means that the social workers didn't have a place for him, but was he a veteran or is he?
No, not a veteran.
Okay, well, I'll have him do it again and have him make sure he lets you know what's going on, okay?
Please. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson, is there anything else that you'd like to share?
Nothing else today.
Okay, thank you so much for coming down. I can tell that you really care about your son.
Yeah.
And it's nice to have someone here to provide all this additional information that helps me make a more informed
Thank you so
decision.
much.
I really do appreciate it. I wish I could do something more, I really do. Hopefully, one of these avenues will begin to work.
I hope.
Mr. Nair, I know you've listened
Yes,
to me
ma'am.
talk with your mom and your lawyer here in court this morning.
I have two
And I just-
children.
Mr. Nair, just give me a minute, okay?
I'm related to the judge and
Bring and criteria or mental health pretrial release prior to release.
To be screened for mental health pretrial. Mhm.
have this one here.
Before he can post the bond.
Okay.
Let me hear what she has to say first.
Mr. Nair, I don't know that you are with me on this, but I just want to inform you that you're not to have any contact other than phone with your mom or your niece. You can't go to her house.
I have had a no contact that's order in the court by the related Alice Black or White and David Larry also at the Workey Release Center. And the motion is current right now. She was
All
defined
right,
in
Mr.
court.
Nair, I'm going to have someone come talk to you, okay?
We didn't sit down when the officer came yet, and we haven't sat.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Nair.
There's a previous order, ma'am. A previous.
Thank you, sir.
I have
All
two
right, Mr.
children
Johnson,
also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I miss anything on that? We said all the bonds. And, okay. Sorry, Sharon.
You did say no contact, right?
I did. I told him I can't have any, well, it's by phone only.
Okay, no contact.
It's by that order. He can call his mom and his niece, but he can't have any contact with them. Okay. Mr. Wright is next.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. You're Mr. Harrison Wright?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you were arrested for battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You are not to possess any weapons or any firearms, sir. Do you have any questions about the no contact order?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Your name?
My name's Dalton Kropp.
Mr. Kropp, this is 20 CT 4135. You were arrested for DUI. There is probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Mr.
We argue there's no probable cause, that the police officer woke him up while he was sleeping. And since there's all refusals, the only thing that the officer really has that could really suggest that it was alcohol related was the smell of alcohol, because he had just woken up, glassy eyes and possible disorientation would be, normal.
Is that the conclusion of your argument?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Fusco, did you want to respond?
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Just based on the training and experience of the law enforcement officer, he said he didn't have the fine motor skills and so forth also as a result of his intoxication, and he did refuse the breathalyzer, and so that would be our position, Your Honor.
All right. I do find that there is probable cause. Mr. Kropp, how long are you going to be here in Orlando for work?
Right now, between 4 to 6 months, I'm a superintendent and I'm running a project. The project that I was supposed to be on in Maryland was shut down because of the COVID, and I'd come into this area. They had brought me down here to run that to the project, which is 19 South.
Is what?
19 South. It's apartment complex that's being constructed.
Oh, I see. And you expect it to take between 4 and 6 months?
I expect to be 4 to 6 months here is what's tentatively set before the project kicks back off in Maryland, and then I'll go up there and take care of that project. And I have an assistant that I'm training to be able to take care of this project, and then he'll take it over.
All right. And you understand that if that project were to end early and you went back to Maryland, that you would have to come back to Florida for any subsequent court dates?
I do.
Okay. And then if you failed to appear for court here in Florida, a warrant would be issued for your arrest, and they would even arrest you throughout the United States?
Unfortunately, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is a new learning experience for me, and one that I hope not to repeat.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kropp, based on your criminal history and the fact that you don't have any intent to leave the area, and you understand that you'll be coming back for any court dates, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. You need to contact the public defender's office within 24 hours of your release from the jail to provide them with good contact information for you, and you need to appear at all court dates as directed.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
That's what I was curious about.
Thank you.
Do I?
And Mr. Marrero? Good morning. Your name?
Moreno?
Are you Mr. Marrero?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, this is 20 CT 4136. You were arrested for driving while license suspended. There is probable cause. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you, sir. Mr. Marrero, did you want to resolve your case today?
Yes.
Ms. Fusco, do you have an offer for Mr. Marrero?
I don't today. He has, it looks like at least a couple priors, and I would not have an offer today.
It looks like they're from before 2009, so there'd be this would be his first strike, Your Honor.
Right, I don't even see the 09. I see the last conviction for driving while license suspended is 9/29/08.
Your Honor, may I explain to him?
Sure.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
This is Ari Custin. I'm from the Public Defender's Office.
Yes.
Driving while license suspended is an enhanceable offense. If you get 3 within 5 years, it would be a felony. From what I can see, this would only be your first strike. So you can plead to the bench today, which means you just enter a no contest plea. I don't know what's going to happen, but there's a chance you could go home today or possibly have a fine of something of that matter. The max you can get on this type of case is a year in jail or a year of probation and a $1,000 fine. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you're not on probation?
No.
At this time, would you like to enter a no contest plea?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Huston. Mr. Marrero, did you read the plea form today before court?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
No.
All right, and your lawyer just, you just indicated you're not on probation,
Yes.
and you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation.
Yes.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No.
All right, so I'm going to accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail. You have credit for 2 days' time served. You will have to pay court costs, sir. You are not to drive without a valid driver's license. Your court costs are going to be due by July 2nd of 2021, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing, sir.
So I have one more day here in jail?
No, you were
I get to
sentenced
that.
to 2,
Okay.
and you were
I go.
given credit for 2.
Okay, thank
Okay?
you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And you pointed the PD here.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Buchanan?
Medical, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Custon, do you want to waive his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, do you have my sheet? Oh, is that it? Yeah. All right. That's 20 CT 3914. And you're entering a plea of not guilty?
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, I didn't realize we were on arraignments. Yes.
That's okay. Mr. Buchanan is going to be in Division 62. That's with Judge Cameron. Pretrial conference is August 20th at 10 a.m., courtroom 9B. And Mr. Jenkins?
Oh, okay.
This is a notice to appear case. I'm not sure why it's here. Good morning. Are you Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, this is case number 20MM3990. This is your arraignment for the offense of possession of drug paraphernalia. Mr. Jenkins, you're not currently represented by an attorney. Did you want to resolve your case today?
Ma'am, you said possession of drug paraphernalia? Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
That's,
okay.
Yes, ma'am. I got a ticket
All
for
right,
this.
sir.
Is this for that? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you were given a notice to appear. Do you want to go ahead and take care of it today?
Yes, ma'am, if I could.
Yes. Did you happen to read the plea form before court this morning?
I never got one.
Okay. There should be one there in the courtroom that they can hand you.
I never got a plea form.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins, take a look at that plea form, read it, and let me know when you're finished and if you have any questions.
I understand, ma'am.
All right, sir. Are you on probation? Mr. Jenkins?
No, ma'am.
You're not on probation, okay.
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, that this plea will subject you to deportation? Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. I'm going to accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 1 day in jail with credit for 1 day time served. You will have to pay court costs, which will be due by July 2nd of 2021, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
You said you didn't point the PD, correct?
No. And now we're moving to the add-on docket.
Your Honor, these are the out-of-county cases, correct?
There's one out of county, and then there's one case, there's a plea that your office represents, Ms. Scaglione, that we're covering for Judge Dubois.
Your Honor, I'm going to just run next door over to the other courtroom.
Sure. Yes, Officer Taylor?
I'm waiting on, I don't know who to call up next.
Oh.
Because
Ramondo, sorry about that. Ramondo Proria?
mental health.
Okay, I'll wait for Ms. Custon.
Is she coming over here for the other client?
I'm confused why this is a CF case and it should not be on this docket.
It's an Osceola.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be on this docket. I must have been confused about the case number.
Okay.
And why would it be Judge Arendis? It must have got pled down.
Neither one of them.
It's,
Because Judge Arendis would not have a felony case.
One is
Must
mental
be the
health
wrong
and one
case.
is medical. He's mental
So,
health.
Ms. Custon?
Yes, Your Honor.
We are on the Osceola County out-of-county case, and I know your office represents Ramondo. Officer Taylor indicated that he's mental health. However, there's a couple of things that I'm not clear on. One, the case number listed is a CF case, which we wouldn't be taking that plea in this courtroom. But then I think that may be a mistake because Judge Arendis, who's a county court judge, approved the plea. And so that those two things don't quite make sense to me.
Your Honor, I have the
so-
email, and I believe it's a misdemeanor, but I guess none of this really.
Well, so if you just want to talk with with your client and determine when they're ready to come to court to take a plea,
I'll
and
email
it can
the
be
attorney.
reset on my docket when they're ready.
Thank you.
Okay.
So what are we gonna do with this one?
So
Reset?
just reset, just put public defender to notify court when defendant ready to plea. And then Ms. Scaglione,
Medical.
medical, do you think, all right, here we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, are you all set to begin?
Yes, we're ready.
All right, and then could I have the attorneys place their appearances on the record, please?
Elaine Fusco, State Attorney's Office.
Ari Custon, Public Defender.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm Judge Carter. Sir, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Lance Brummer.
Mr. Brummer, this is case number 20MM4830. You are arrested for battery. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. I'm going to set your bond at $500. Ms. Fusco, has there been an information filed in the out on bond case? I would have to look through it. Okay. Ms. Custom, do you know if there's an information filed in that
I
case?
don't. He has a private attorney on that case.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then in that event, I'm not going to take any action on your out on bond case. Mr. Brummer, who represents you on your resisting officer without violence case?
It's Ryan Yavid, or I'm not
Okay.
pronouncing his last name right. Yavidid or something. It's Ryan. He's in Lake Mary.
Okay, we'll get in contact with him on that case. I'm not going to revoke your bond on it today, but make sure you get in contact with him on that case.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What type of case is it?
That's a DUI and felony.
Good afternoon. Your name, sir?
Alonzo Leon Evans, ma'am.
Mr. Evans, sir, you are here in 20MM 4825. You were arrested for petty theft. There's probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Ms. Fusco, is there an offer for Mr. Evans?
There's prior history and it's enhanceable, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Evans, I am going to release you on your own recognizance. At this time, you are not to return to the scene. You are not to have any contact with the victim. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You need to contact your lawyer within 24 hours of your release from the jail so they can get in touch with you for your next court date.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, blessed day.
Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Lewis?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Mr. Lewis, sir, you are here in 20MM 4801. You were arrested for trespassing in a structure
Yes, ma'am.
or a conveyance. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Ms. Fusco, do you have an offer for Mr. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor. Adjudication of guilt, 2 days with 2 days credit time served. Court costs, no return to the scene of the trespass at 414 South Orange Blossom Trail.
Mr. Lewis, did you want to enter a plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you read the plea form, sir, before court this afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights on the form?
I can't hear.
You can't hear me? Mr. Lewis, did you read the plea form before court this afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights on the form?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
Is that no?
No.
Thank you, sir. I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days time served. You're not to return to the scene. You will have to pay court costs. Those are going to be due by July 2nd of 2021. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you point the PD?
Thank you. I did.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
The other guy, Lopez, he's the neighbor.
Lopez, He's behavior.
Yes?
Behavior Lopez.
Ms. Custon, I'm going to appoint your office to represent him. Do you want to waive his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's 20 MM 4831. Mr. Lopez was arrested for battery. There's probable cause. He's not to have any contact with the victim. His bond is $500.
He does qualify for PTR.
Pardon me?
He qualifies for PTR.
Oh, okay. I'll place Mr. Lopez on a pretrial release. Thank you, Courtney. Yes, Officer Taylor?
Pain, mental health.
All right, that's 20 MM 4835. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent Mr. Payne. Ms. Custon, did you want to waive his appearance?
Your Honor, I saw that his bond was pending. I don't know. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. So, yes, we can waive it, but also it can be canceled.
Okay, I'll just find probable cause for the offense. He's not to have any contact with the victim or possess any weapons or firearms. And I'll say the bonds. Ms. Romero?
Medical.
Medical?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Custon, do you want to waive her appearance?
It just depends. Is this a dorm that they won't come for over 2 weeks, or is it one we can reset because she is resolvable?
Officer Taylor?
It's quarantine.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, we just request ROR and we won't waive her appearance.
And you will waive her appearance?
We will. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent her in 20 MM 4826. They've waived her appearance. She was arrested for trespass on property after warning. There's probable cause. She's not to return to the Wawa, and I'm releasing her on her own recognizance.
Yes. Quarantine.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name?
Dominique.
Miss
Dominique McNutt.
Yes, ma'am. You're here in 20 MO 74. You were arrested for state misdemeanors. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Ms. Fusco, did you have an offer for Ms. McNutt?
Yes, Your Honor. Adjudication of guilt, 2 days with 2 days credit time served. Court costs, no return to the scene of the trespass at the 7-Eleven at 4305 North Pine Hills Road.
All right. Ms. McNutt, did you want to accept that offer?
Yes, ma'am. Can I resolve both of them today?
Yes, ma'am, you can. Ms. Fusco, did you want to make an offer on the other city ordinance, or do you want her to plead to the court on that?
She can plead to the court on that one, Your Honor. I haven't had a chance to review that file.
Okay. Ms. McNutt, did you have a chance to read the plea form before court?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights on the form?
I don't have any questions, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. In 20 MO 738, I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days time served. And in 20 MO 745, is that?
Yes.
It's 745. I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days time served. You're not to return to the 7-Eleven. Ms. McNutt, you're going to have to pay court costs in both cases. Those will both be due by July 2nd of 2021. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
What that mean?
Sir, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Corey Newton.
Mr. Newton, this is 20 MO 746. You were arrested for open container. There's probable cause. Is there an offer for Mr. Newton?
Yes, Your Honor. Adjudication of guilt, 2 days with 2 days credit time served. Court costs.
Mr. Newton, did you want to accept the offer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you read the plea form before court?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you are not a U.S. citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir, I'll accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You will have to pay court costs, which are due by July 2nd of 2021, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing. I'm not going to revoke your bond on your out-on-bond case today, Mr. Newton. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell me your name, please.
Johnny C. Shivers Jr.
Mr. Shivers, you're here in 20 MO 747. You were arrested for open container. There is probable cause. Ms. Fusco, is there an offer for Mr. Shivers?
Yes, Your Honor. Adjudication of guilt, 2 days with 2 days credit time served and court costs.
Mr. Shivers, did you want to enter a plea?
No, ma'am.
No?
I mean, no contest.
Okay. You do want to enter a plea.
Yeah, no contest.
All right, sir. Did you read the plea form before court this afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about any of the rights on the plea form?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You are also going to have to pay court costs. Those are going to be due by July 2nd of 2021, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Shivers.
Appreciate it.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Your name?
Good afternoon.
Tell me your name.
Melissa Bauer.
Ms. Bauer, you are here in case number 20 CF 8033. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant for dealing in stolen property and receiving money from a pawnbroker by false verification. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is going to be $1,000. Bond on count 2 will be $150. You are not to return to the pawn shop, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Should I take that? Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Tell me your name, please.
Oh, my name is Javor Bentley.
Mr. Bentley, sir, you are here in 20 CF 7841. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for aggravated battery and failure to report a name change or residence.
Excuse
I'll
me.
appoint the public defender to represent you, sir. Just give me 1 second, Mr. Bentley, okay? Bond on count 1 is going to be $3,500. Bond on count 2 will be $150.
What?
Mr. Bentley, I'm revoking your pretrial release in 20 CF 2341. I'm going to reset bond at $1,000, sir. Actually, it'll be $500 on each count. Mr. Bentley, did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
When I got arrested, I was just changing my address.
Your Honor, Mr. Bentley, listen. Your lawyer's in the courtroom with me, and she's asking that you not talk about the facts of your case. That could be a potential defense to whatever charge you have.
I can understand. I understand that, but that's when I was coming to jail. They never said I was going to be arrested for that. They only said I had a warrant.
I understand, sir. I'm just telling you what was in the warrant. I'm not saying it was true. I'm just telling you what the warrant says. You have to talk, Mr. Bentley, I'm sorry. I know you're frustrated, but you're going to have to talk to your lawyer about that. You have a bond on each of your cases.
And Mr. Bentley, just so you know, you are able to bond out on all your cases, and you have pretrial set for 7/7. So you need to make sure you talk to your lawyer or show up to court. I don't know how they're doing it, but just so you don't get a warrant, your next court date.
This my attorney talking?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. But ma'am, this is what I'm saying. When I was downstairs.
I will email them and let your actual. I'm just here for your new IA. I'll email them and let them know that you were confused about how these new charges came about. So I'll let them know. But I just need to make sure that you know that you have a new court date, or your pretrial is for 7/7, and then you have a trial management.
This one on the 7th. I already knew that already.
Okay, good. So if you bond out, you know you need to make sure you talk to your lawyer about what you're doing. So,
Okay, so
I'll
you
email
can tell
them
me
right
the total
now.
of my bond then?
3,500, 150, and then 500, 500.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Oh, I need Mr. Bentley to come back, please. I'm sorry.
Good. Come back.
Mr. Bentley, I also didn't inform you that you do have reporting requirements, sir, when you're released from the jail.
Say what?
You have reporting requirements when you're released from the jail.
What reporter requirements? What you talking about, ma'am?
The same requirements that you were arrested for.
Ma'am, I was already there.
Mr. Bentley, I have to inform you per the law that you have the requirements.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
understand?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. All right,
Thank you, sir. All right, good afternoon, sir. Tell me your name.
Eric Canada.
Mr. Canada, you have two cases. I will appoint the public defender to represent you if they were not previously appointed. Can you hear me, Mr. Canada?
I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Canada, you're here at 19 CF 15046. You failed to appear for court on June 15th. Your bond is set at none, sir. You also have 19 CF 13852. You also failed to appear in that matter as well. At this time, your bond is set at none. Your lawyer needs to file a bond motion in Division 16, and the judge will address the bond conditions at that time. Thank you, Mr. Canada.
How you doing, man?
Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Sean Cosby.
Mr. Cosby, this is 20 CF 8044. You were arrested for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, carrying a concealed firearm, possession of ecstasy, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting officer without violence. There is probable cause, sir. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Bond on count 1 will be $3,500. Bond on count 2, 3 will be $150. 4, 5, and 6 will be $100. Mr. Cosby, I'm not going to revoke your Osceola County bond at this time. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am. They said I had a child support writ or something.
Oh, does Mr. Cosby have a writ?
I have it.
Can I take care of that?
I don't know the dates.
Oh, can we email Jill so he doesn't have to come back tomorrow?
I don't know. You guys have to get something. I don't know.
Just give me 1 second, Mr. Cosby, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Need the dates, yeah.
Paige, do you need something from Jill? Or are you just printing the writ? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Cosby, this is not a child support writ. This is a domestic writ. This was signed by Judge Lattimore. So I can't resolve this or give you a court date. I thought you had a child support writ. So this is something that's going to have to be addressed with Judge Lattimore. But when I get done with court today, I'll email her and let you know this is here, and maybe she can enter an order before tomorrow. I don't know if she'll be able to or not.
So,
But I don't have her court dates. I only have child support court dates.
yeah, they said it was a child support writ. They was right.
It's not though. Right. So sometimes people get confused because they come in and they have the DR caption, but there's different kinds. So there's child support and then there's a contempt of court. This is a contempt of court writ, not child support. It has a purge amount on it though.
How much the purge amount is?
Oh no, it doesn't. Sorry. May not purge from this writ. That's why it says contempt writ. So that's going to have to be dealt with Judge Lattimore.
Oh, all of it be dealt with Judge Lattimore?
Right.
So I can't bond out?
Not on this, no. But I'm going to email her when I get done with court to let her know that you're here on this. And that office has to provide the court date.
And where's that located at?
What do you mean?
I'm saying, where is this warrant or whatever located at?
It's Orange County.
All right.
All right, I'll hold on. So never mind, Sean. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Good afternoon. So your name?
Emmanuel de Jesus.
Mr. De Jesus, you're here in 20 CF 8054. You were arrested for attempted second-degree murder. There's probable cause, sir. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms, sir.
Okay.
Did the police confiscate the gun yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any other firearms at your house?
Yes, I do, but they're locked up in a safe.
Okay, so although they're locked up in the safe, you're going to have to surrender those to the sheriff's department within 6 hours of your release from the jail, sir. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. De Jesus, how long have you lived here in Florida?
3 years, ma'am.
Pardon me?
Oh, sorry, 3 years.
Where'd you live before?
Massachusetts.
Do you have family here in Central Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's here?
My uncle, my wife, my kids.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2,
How old are they?
9 and 7.
What do you do for work?
I'm an IT technician. I repair computers remotely.
How long have you been doing that?
9 years.
What's your annual salary?
$52,000 a year.
Do you own your home?
No.
Do you have a passport?
Not valid.
Your Honor, may I speak as to bond?
Pardon me?
May I speak as to bond?
Sure, when I'm finished asking him questions, you can, sure. Mr. De Jesus, who's going to assist you in posting your bond?
I don't know at this moment, ma'am. I spoke to my wife last night when I got brought in, and I don't know if she was able to get a lawyer or even gather the money for a bond. I don't know how much it would be.
Does your wife work?
No, she is disabled and she depends on me.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Cisco.
Your Honor, this case, if filed under the correct statute, that with a firearm, it would be a life offense. And he was firing at an unarmed individual in traffic where he's putting other citizens at risk. One of the bullets went into the passenger compartment, in the passenger door, and so we would ask the court that even though there isn't a lot on his record, that based on the facts of the case, he be given a $50,000 bond.
Ms. Custon, do you want to respond?
Yes, Your Honor. He has no criminal history whatsoever, and we argue that based on the facts of the case, it's a bit confusing, and he actually called the police and seemed to be in fear. This is just a probable cause affidavit, so we have no more may come out about this, about what happened with who and what. We argue that a reasonable bond be set, one that is obtainable for him because he is not convicted of any crime at this point. And he has absolutely no history. And the questions you ask seem to show that he is part of this community. He has a job, and there's not a risk of him not showing up to court in the future or being a future threat to the community. And may I ask him how much he would be able to afford?
Mr. De Jesus, what amount could you afford, sir?
I could come up with $1,000. Like I said, ma'am, my wife is disabled. She does not work. I'm supporting my family. I'm supporting my kids, my mother-in-law who has cancer. Like, I could try to come up with that.
First of all, the statute that's charged is not a light felony. It's a first-degree felony, punishable by 30 years because it's not charged with the firearm enhancement or the weapon enhancement. So he's definitely entitled to a bond.
Honor, we asked for a $10,000 bond, so if he was able to come up with $1,000, he may be able to with a bondsman.
Okay.
At this time, I am going to set Mr. De Jesus' bond at $10,000 based upon the testimony that was provided in court today, along with the facts that are contained in the probable cause affidavit, including the fact that Mr. De Jesus also called the police and met the police at the Walgreens to speak with them. And so for those reasons, that's the reason that the bond is set in the amount that it is, along with the conditions that I previously imposed. Sir, do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to write the condition on there? I know. I mean, about why you said it's bond, I just put bullet 10. You got it on right there. I know.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. LaFay, are you still working on your case, or are you ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Who's your client today?
Your Honor, his name is Andy Prashad with a P at the tall.
Officer Taylor, could you pull Andy Pershard?
You know he is medical.
Oh, okay, so then he won't be coming.
So I will waive his appearance.
Wait a minute, Reed, wait a minute. See here. That's medical, Your Honor. He will not be attending court.
All right, I'm just trying to find his.
Is it an out of town?
What kind of case is it?
It's trapped
Felony
DUI.
BOP. Felony BOP.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's a violation of probation hold.
Andy Pershard, got it. Okay.
How many cases he got? He got.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
Who's Angelina Prashad?
This is Andy Prashad, Prashad.
Judge, He had another case, the 2015 had a
He's
different
got 3
name.
cases.
Had a different name on it. What you got?
Andy.
All I'm saying, Andy?
They all say Andy.
Okay, I don't know. This one coming out Angelina. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Felipe, would you just place your appearance on the record, please?
Yes, Your Honor. My name's Michael LaFay, and I'm going to be representing Mr. Prashad.
Okay. He has 3 cases. 20 CF 8049. He was arrested for possession of cannabis less than 20 grams and using or displaying a weapon during a felony under indictment. He also has an on-view violation of probation 15 CF 8713. And he also has 20 CT 4142. He was arrested for DUI with damage to property of or person of another. Go ahead, Mr. LaFay.
So, Your Honor, my first arguments would be with regard to probable cause. There's no indication whatsoever that I have read that, and I'm speaking now about the use of a firearm in the commission of a felony, that Mr. Prashad used in any way.
No, it's not. Mr. LaFay, I'm sorry. No. Look, Andy. It's a felony VOP.
Right, 2015 was the case number 8. I'm talking about the VOP. 2015 CF. What's the case number you guys have?
I think he's on probation for aggravated assault.
8713.
8713.
8713. I got an Angelina Bouchard, and the birthday is 7490.
I have the DOC printout with him on it, and his birthday is 11/27/94. He's on probation until November 1st of 2020.
It's Orange County?
It is Orange County.
It's not coming up as he defendant B. Okay. All right, Angelina. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Judge. I got it now.
You
Defendant
got
B.
it? Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. LaFay. Go ahead.
So with regard to using, carrying, displaying a firearm in the commission of a felony, there's just no felonies here. It's the thing. There's no display or use. There's an EMS person who says that he had a firearm in his waistband. Okay, but there's just not a felony. There's no weight on the cannabis that I read. So there's not a felony involved in this entire situation. So I'd say there's no probable cause at this point for the felony. And I also say there's no probable cause for the DUI. The DUI indicates that Mr. Prashad blew 000s on the breath test. There were some field sobriety exercises that were conducted. There's no indication that the arresting officer, and that would be, I'm sorry, I have this on my phone, but Trooper Osin Karski is a DRE. In fact, the veiled inference from the report is that he is not, because he called Trooper Hawkins, the report mentions that Trooper Hawkins is a DRE and presumably would have the qualifications to tell us if Mr. Prashad was under the influence of a narcotic. However, her opinions are unknown, not referenced on the report. I don't see them anywhere in the paperwork that I have. I would note that Mr. Prashad was found slumped over in his car after an accident with injuries, is what the report says, and has no memory of the collision or the accident, can't say where it occurred. I think it's kind of common common at this point to say that when someone is concussed, the hallmark symptom is loss of short-term memory. But be that as it may, there's, I would say based on these facts, there's no probable cause for driving under the influence of an unknown narcotic or controlled substance. And certainly I don't see anything in this report that would indicate an opinion by a DRE that says so. I would ask, those are my arguments on probable cause. I think, Your Honor, I'm not sure if there's is there a charge of possession of less than 20 grams?
Correct.
So in the report that I have, I guess I would make I'm not guessing, I am going to make an argument that there's no probable cause that there's any possession of cannabis in any amount. There's certainly a green substance. I see in paragraph 1, and there were 4 bags of, so there's a green substance. It's never been identified that I can see in the report as cannabis. It's a green substance. I don't know if it's liquid or a solid substance, but whatever it is, there's no indication that it's cannabis. So I'd say there's no probable cause for any of this, is my argument.
Ms. Fusco?
It would be based on the officer's impressions, Your Honor, and he had orbital sway. His eyes were glossy, sluggish, lethargic. Some of this could match up with the head injury, but some of it does not. They did recover the marijuana, although I'm not seeing a weight right now. Their marijuana was recovered, and there were signs obvious to the officer that he was under the influence. As to the firearm, it was bulging from his waistband.
Right, but as to that charge, they charged him with using or displaying it during a felony. And Mr. LaFay's argument is that there's no felony offense contained within any of the affidavits. Mr. LaFay, did you see anything in the affidavit that indicated that Mr. Prashad had the odor of alcohol on him or his breath?
I did not. Yeah, but, Your Honor, let me check my phone. I did not. They say as he talked very sluggish and lethargic. Orbital sway and eyes glossy.
He did do a series of 3 different exercises where he did the horizontal gaze nystagmus, the walk and turn, the one-leg stand, and in all those, they found positive, consistent with under the influence.
And there were no other substances, correct, that I see in the affidavit other than the substance that appeared to be weed. Is that right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Well, I definitely don't find any probable cause in 20 CF 849 for the count 2, as I don't find that there was any felony committed. I'm also hesitant to find probable cause as to count 1, the possession of marijuana not more than 20 grams. Although I know that an officer can testify as to their training and experience in identifying cannabis by describing it and using their senses and their prior experience, I don't see anything indicated in the arrest affidavit that shows where the officer's explaining that or where it was even tested. It just says 2 clear bags of a green substance which had the appearance of weed, and there's no other facts to substantiate why it had the appearance of weed. So I don't think that there's probable cause for count 1 either in 20 CF 8049.
I would ask for 24 hours to supplement, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be granted. I'm going to say the bond then on count 1 pending the additional probable cause information to be provided by the state.
You didn't find PC in either one?
Correct.
1 or 2? Okay.
Correct.
Your Honor, would we be calculating that, I think, under the rules of construction? Well, tomorrow's not a holiday, so thank you.
Yes, 24 hours is 24 hours. It's being reset for tomorrow.
Huh? Tomorrow is a holiday, yeah.
Right, but I don't believe that the rule for establishing probable cause takes into consideration holiday. They get 24 hours.
Just asking. I'm sorry, Jason.
They get 24 hours to provide the additional probable cause information.
Count 1 will be 1,000, and then count 2 you need.
Is ROR.
ROR.
So, Your Honor, I don't know if that brings us to, I'm also asking that the VOP hold be removed.
So there's what?
I don't know if we're done with probable cause or.
No, I'm still thinking about the DUI.
Thank you.
Well, the standard for probable cause is whether a reasonable person would be able to conclude that the crime had been committed. Based upon the facts that are currently contained in the affidavit, I think it's just as probable that Mr. Prashad could have been suffering from a head injury. They didn't smell any alcohol on him. And I don't know what the substance was. So based upon those facts, I'm going to find that at this time there's no probable cause for the DUI.
Your Honor, if I could now turn to the VOP hold, I'm asking that that be removed. I think the most probably prevalent or predominant fact is I'm looking here in the DUI packet, and I note that it says that, quoting from the alcohol influence form, the defendant said that he tested positive for COVID-19 2 weeks ago at the convention center. So he's in the medical wing, apparently positive or recovering from the COVID virus. I note further that he's been on probation since 2016. I don't know what his violation history is. Frankly, I just can't comment on it as to whether he's had previous violations or not. I don't see. I did a quick look and I didn't see anything, but on the other hand, I'm not comfortable making that representation without more information. I don't believe that Mr. Prashad has any real other prior record other than the case he's on probation for. And I understand that there may be an affidavit that comes down the pike, and that may happen. But particularly since he's positive for COVID, I'd ask that the hold be released. He can finish up whatever recovery he's got. In the event that there is a warrant for his for a violation of probation, he would be turning himself in to custody.
Yes, I wanted to clarify that if there's currently no PC as to the DUI as well, we would like to get 24 hours to supplement that. I know that there is a urine test pending. It may not be available by tomorrow, but the officer may have additional information. And then as to the VOP, we would ask that that be heard as it's contingent upon the probable cause issue. Ask that the VOP heard tomorrow when it's reset anyway. Let the VOPs be heard when the PC is heard.
Okay. So I'll grant your request for the additional 24 hours on the 20 CT 4142. That's the DUI, because none of the cases at this time have probable cause. And I'll stay the bond at the $1,000 on the DUI. As to the probation violation, Mr. LaFay, at this time that would need to be, it's premature for me to make a ruling on that based upon the fact that the state has 24 hours to provide the PC information. Also, he has the 5-day violent felony offender hold, so I can't release that DOC hold anyway. And so that can be addressed tomorrow with Judge Egan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir.
So I'll be back tomorrow, I would think.
Yes, I don't know. Do you guys know what time Judge Egan started last weekend approximately?
11.
Around 11?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
So the bond saying that
On the VOP, well, I haven't found probable cause for the VOP. Yes, just stay it how it is.
So will we still resend the VOP to state to get additional PC?
Yes. The bonds are all staying how they were, so if the VOP bond is still set at none, then that'll remain
Okay.
at none.
But I'm
Pending probable cause on the new law violation.
Okay, so I still have to bring back, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
But you didn't find PC pending, okay.
Do what?
You
No,
didn't
no
find,
PC.
but pending the probable cause of the other, okay. I got it. I just want to make sure I put it on there so Judge Egan understand
I'll probably send him an email on that one. He's probably-
what I'm talking about.
Well, when I get those orders, I'll write on there.
Okay. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, Mr. Lay. Have a good weekend.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow.
Not me.
No.
Judge Egan. It's holiday, yeah, so I'm not here.
I had to leave as well, but I'll be here. Thank you. Everybody have a good holiday.
Thanks, take
Good
care.
holiday.
All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Your Honor, the next person on the docket, Andy Espinoza, mental health.
All right. Ms. Custon, I'm going to appoint your office. Did you want to waive the appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's 20 CF 8051. He was arrested for armed burglary of an occupied dwelling and petty theft. There is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent him. He's not to return to the scene or have any contact with the victims or possess any weapons or firearms. Bond on count 1 is going to be $2,500. Bond on count 2 is $100. And I'm revoking the bond on 20 MM 4632. That's going to be set at none.
Is the armed burglary of an occupied dwelling a PBL, Your Honor?
Yes. Did you want to be heard?
Yes.
Okay.
The defendant entered the victim's home without permission while the victims were moving in. He took a knife belonging to the victims and became armed while in the residence, and then took several items belonging to the victims. The defendant also shoved the victim while in the residence committing a battery during the burglary. The police found items belonging to the victims, including the knife, in the defendant's possession, and the state argues that there is proof evident or presumption great and asks that the court hold him with no bond.
Ms. Custon?
Your Honor, the police report, upon reading it, it sounds like he was already in the house when they were moving in, so it was an unoccupied dwelling. It was a bit confusing for me to really understand exactly how the exchange went. So we argue that it's not evident that these people came in after he was already there. So it was basically a simple trespass until he was confronted with people, and I'm not even sure who owns the house, who rented the house. Maybe he was there before. So we argue that proof is not evident, presumption's not great, and a bond should be set. We don't have any arguments as to the out-on bond case.
Okay.
Your Honor, as to him being in there previously, there's no mention of that. The doors were open, and it says that he had come into her home. So he had entered the home while they're moving in, and they have the home unlocked and the doors open for movers to move in. And about 6 lines down, it says that he had come into the home.
Yes, I understand. So, first of all, I do find, based upon the affidavit, that there is proof evident or presumption great that he committed the offense of armed burglary of an occupied dwelling. However, Mr. Espinoza became armed while in the home by allegedly stealing a blue kitchen knife, which was part of the alleged items that he stole. So I'm going to, based upon those facts, along with his lack of criminal history, I'm going to exercise discretion, and I'm setting bond at $2,500 along with the other conditions that I previously imposed. I did revoke the bond in 20 MM 4632. That'll be set at none.
Your Honor, I don't think we were appointed on that case. Could you appoint us?
On the first, or on the out on bond?
Yes.
Yes, I'll appoint your office. Good afternoon, sir. Please tell me your name.
Jose Flores.
Mr. Flores, you are here in 20 CF 8050. You were arrested for aggravated battery on a pregnant person and aggravated battery. There's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim or any witnesses in this case. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Your bond on count 1 is $3,500. Your bond on count 2 is $150. I am revoking the bond in 19 CF 15237. That's going to be set at none, sir. Thank you.
Which bond is she revoking? Ma'am, you say you were revoking a bond. Which one was that?
The bond that you were, the other aggravated assault or aggravated battery with a deadly weapon case that you have.
Oh, the aggravated with a vehicle. So
I don't know the facts of that case, sir. I'm just telling you that you already are out on bond for that case, and that's the bond that's revoked.
So if I pay this, I still won't be able to get out because the other one's revoked, right?
Right. You need to have your lawyer file a bond motion with the trial judge in that case.
Okay, I will.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, good afternoon. Your name?
Janae Gibbs.
Miss Gibbs, you are here in 20 CF 8045. You were arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. There is probable cause, ma'am. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to possess or consume any controlled substances without a valid prescription. Your bond on count 1 is $1,000. Your bond on count 2 is $100. Can we resolve Ms. Gibbs out on bond cases today? Is there an information filed in MM 2346? So March 27th arrest date.
She got a pre-trial set for July the 30th on the MM case. And
So you see an information file.
Yeah, on April the 28th.
So it looks like an information was filed on 20 MM 2346. Ms. Gibbs, did you want to enter a plea on your carrying a concealed weapon and possession of drug paraphernalia and no valid driver's license charges today?
Yeah, I just want to get out, ma'am.
I understand, ma'am, but I'm just trying to figure out if you want to resolve those 3 cases today.
Okay, isn't there a set court date for that?
There's a court date for them in July, yes, but you could take care of them today.
Yeah, I'm guilty, ma'am.
Okay, so Miss Fusco, did you want to make an offer, or do you want her to plead to the court?
I'll defer to the court.
All right.
Judge, on the misdemeanor case, the state only found on the drug paraphernalia.
So it's only the carrying the concealed?
The drug,
only the drug paraphernalia?
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, the drug paraphernalia.
Got it. Okay. So, Ms. Gibbs, on the case that you have, the state only filed a 1-count information charging you with possession of drug paraphernalia. So you would be entering a plea today to possession of drug paraphernalia and no valid driver's license.
Yes,
Is that what
ma'am.
you'd like to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to read the plea form before court?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any questions about any of the rights that you're giving up?
No, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen that this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that would affect your ability to understand what's happening in court today?
No, ma'am.
All right. In 20 MM 2346, I'm going to accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty. And as well in 20 CT 2274, I'm going to sentence you to 2 days in jail with credit for 2 days time served in each case. Ma'am, you will have to pay court costs in both. Those are going to be due by July 2nd of 2021. You have
Okay.
30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court in writing.
Okay.
All right? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name?
Afternoon, Maria Gueco.
Ma'am, you have 20 CF 8022. You were arrested for burglary of an occupied dwelling and criminal mischief greater than $1,000.
Yes,
There's
Your
probable.
Honor.
Can you hear me?
A little bit.
Okay. Ma'am, you were arrested for burglary of an occupied dwelling, criminal mischief greater than $1,000. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim or return to the scene. You're also not to possess any weapons or any firearms. I'm setting your bond on count 1 at $1,500. Count 2 will be $150. Thank you, ma'am.
That's it. I don't get the, can I actually tell you something, ma'am?
I don't want you to tell me anything about your case. So if you have a question about your bond, I'm happy to answer that.
Because you guys charged me with burglary, but the address on my ID, I have proof of evidence that I stayed there.
So listen. Okay, that may be true. That's something that you're going to have to talk with your lawyer about.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and I also have another question for my bond. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead. That's
For
okay.
the-
Go ahead.
For the bond, do I stay in jail until somebody can bond me out, or?
Yes. Good afternoon. Your name, sir?
Brian James Hall, ma'am.
Mr. Hull, this is 20 CF 5483. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for grand theft, third degree, dealing in stolen property, and false verification of ownership. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with any victim or witness, and you are not to return to the pawn shop. Your bond on count 1 will be $1,500. Bond on count 2, $150. 3, $150, sir.
Your Honor, we asked he be released with non-monetary release conditions such as court-ordered PTR. He has no criminal history. It says he just wasn't interviewed for PTR. I don't know if it was due to the charges. Oh, it's a warrant. We're asking he be interviewed for PTR if he qualifies or the bond be reduced.
Yes, the reasonable bonds to be left as stated earlier, Your Honor.
Mr. Hull, do you live here?
Yes, ma'am. As of right now, I'm going to, ma'am, until I can conclude this problem with you guys.
Where do you live exactly?
92 East Hampton Drive, Auburndale, Florida.
Do you get mail to that address?
Yes, ma'am. It's my mother's address.
So you're living with your mother?
Yeah, just for now. Until this is concluded, ma'am.
So you'll check your mail to make sure if you have future court dates?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Do you work?
No, ma'am, I'm military disabled.
right, Mr. Hall, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance at this time, subject to the conditions I previously stated, meaning you're not to have any contact with the victim, you are not to return. I imagine you don't live together anymore, correct?
No, ma'am, I haven't spoke to them, no.
All right, so you're not to return to that address, and you're not to go to any pawn shop. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, and you must appear at all court dates.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Saint,
Yes. Yes?
his
He's what?
behavior.
Sorry. Behavior. Okay, I'm going to find a waiver of Mr. Saint's appearance based upon his inability to come to court due to his behavior. He has 2 cases. I'll appoint the public defender to represent him in both. 20 CF 6601, he was arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for burglary of a structure, grand theft, first degree, and criminal mischief. Bond on count 1 will be $150. Bond on count 2, $2,500. Bond on count 3, $150. He's not to return to the Florida Mall. He also has 18 CF 5829. He failed to appear for a determination of counsel hearing on June 11th. Bond is set at none. Let me look. Sharon, will you pull these court minutes up for me real quick? I'm sorry.
It was medical. He said to pick the medical.
On this one. Yes. Let's see this court minutes. 18 CF 5829. Go to the down on 615.
615.
See those right there corrected to reflect on the note. I want to see if it was an action in front of Judge O'Kane or not.
Tell me this one here.
Nope, 611 right there.
Oh.
Or I guess it was 611. Oh, she signed it. Okay, that'll fix it. Good afternoon, sir. Tell me your name, please.
My name is Domingo Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, this is 20 CF 7488. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for failing to report and re-register. Sir, your bond is $2,500, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You have reporting requirements, sir, when you're released from the jail. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. How am I gonna get this? I don't work. I'm disabled.
Good morning, Your Honor, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Martinez?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Martinez, you are here in 20 CF 8031. You were arrested for burglary of a structure, dealing in stolen property, petty theft of $100 or more, and criminal mischief. This was pursuant to a probable cause warrant. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to return to Billy's Auto Repair. You are not to return to a pawn shop. And you're not to have any contact with the victim.
No problem, ma'am.
Bond on count 1 is $2,500. Bond on count 2, $150, and bond on counts 3 and 4 will also be $150, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am. Is there any way?
Sir?
Is there any way you could please like lower some of the bond? It's just like
I did.
Huh?
I did.
Oh,
I
you
did.
Oh, I didn't know you did.
did.
I apologize. It's just I can only afford maybe 1,500 probably the most.
I don't know what your total bond is. It's $2,500 on count 1, $150 on count 2, 3 and 4.
Mr. Martinez, if you call a bondsman, that'll probably be less than $1,500 if they were to reduce it for you.
Yeah, they were trying to tell me that I need to pay almost a full bond.
I don't know, sir, but I've reduced the bonds as I see appropriate at this time. You have to have your lawyer file another motion if you need something different.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You have a great day.
You too, sir. Yes?
Reginald Mooch,
Yes.
medical.
All right, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent Mr. Moosh. Ms. Kristen, did you want to waive his appearance?
I do, Your Honor, and I have an argument as to, I think I'm confused about which police report this is an add-on to, because there's only a few paragraphs for this new probable cause affidavit.
This is 20 CF 8048. Mr. Moosh was arrested for robbery with a firearm and possession of a firearm and the commission of a felony. I reviewed the affidavit, and at this time, based upon the affidavit that the court has, which is signed by DeAndre Holly, and dated 6/18, I don't find there to be probable cause as to count one.
The state asked for 24 hours to supplement, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be granted. So at this time, I'll stay the bond at none on count one and stay the bond at $5,000 on count two.
No PC on count one.
No PC on count one.
Your Honor, did you find probable cause for count two, or for both of them you're giving 24 hours?
Well, based upon the reading of the facts, I think that these facts do establish that a felony was committed. It's just not the felony that is indicated in count one.
What felon?
So it would be ag assault with a firearm?
Oh, based on the testimony from, okay.
I just didn't see any facts to establish the robbery. Good afternoon. Your name, sir?
What's your name?
Jesus Laureano Muriel.
Good afternoon, sir. This is 2019 CF 3152. Sir, you failed to appear for pretrial back in August of 2019. Courtney, can I order him to PTR? So I spoke to Judge Adams on this case earlier today, and she indicated she wanted Mr. Muriel to be placed on pretrial release. So I'll have you screened, sir, if to see if you qualify for the pretrial release program. I don't see anything on his face sheet that would disqualify him for that. Mr. Muriel, can I have you provide an address?
A current address?
Yes, sir.
1804 North Hiawassee.
Okay. What's the zip code there?
32818.
All right. Do you have a phone number?
Yes, I do, ma'am. It's 407
Okay.
801 0629.
407-880?
407 801 0629.
All right. So what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to have pretrial release come talk to you to see if you qualify for the program. And part of a condition of pretrial release will be a random urinalysis. If you don't qualify for pretrial release, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance with the condition that you are to be drug tested through pretrial release.
Okay, yes,
Okay?
ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
So we put them on PTR with RUA?
If qualified. Mhm.
If qualified.
Yeah. With RUA. Either release has RUA.
And then if they don't qualify,
It's
release
RUA.
on?
With RUA. Your PTR. How about Mr. Perry?
Mental health.
Medical?
Mental health.
Mental health, okay. Ms. Custin, I'll appoint your office. Do you want to waive his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Perry was arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant in 20 CF 7468 for petty theft with 2 prior convictions. He is not to return to the Wawa. His bond is $1,000, and I'll take no action on the out-on bond case. Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Robinson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you are here in case number 20 CF 8018. You were arrested for carrying a concealed weapon by a convicted felon, possession of cocaine, and resisting officer without violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Bond on count 1 is $2,500. Bond on count 2 is $150. Bond on count 3 is $100. I'm also going to add random urinalysis to your release conditions, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Quick question. The urine analysis, what's that for?
To test you for any controlled substances.
Okay. And that's before I go to trial or anything? Is that what you're saying?
It's until you go to, until your case is over.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay? Thank you, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name?
Good afternoon. I'm Antonika Tyson.
Ms. Tyson, this is 20 CF 8047. You were arrested for possession of cannabis greater than 20 grams. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender. So, Courtney, on her case sheet, I just wanted to try her case. She has a warrant out of Alachua, or she's on probation in Alachua? Both. The warrant is for the probation. The warrant for a violation of probation? Okay. Ms. Tyson, your bond is $1,000. Thank you. You have a question, ma'am?
And I can leave? I can go now?
Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Mr. Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, this is 20 CF 5516. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant for fleeing and attempting to elude, petty theft, and resisting officer without violence. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to return to the scene or have any contact with the victim. Bond on count 1 is $2,500. Bond on count 2 is $100. Bond on count 3 is $100. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Oh, is there? Hold on, Mr. Tyson.
That's a Timothy Tyson. I ain't got but one. That's him, Timothy Tyson. And Robert Tyson is the same person. We got a
AKA
Robert Tyson and Timothy Tyson.
Sir, you're Robert Tyson, correct?
Oh.
What is it?
Timothy Tyson.
These people have 2 different birthdays.
I can't. That's. I can't. We can't hear you guys.
I'm
I
sorry,
don't know.
honey, I can't hear you. Listen. He has an alias of Robert Lynn Tyson. Date of birth 1/16/70. Okay, and then he also has Timothy Tyson, date of birth 3/13/83. Okay. Mr. Tyson, you also have case number 20 CF 8042. You were arrested for grand theft, third degree, and resisting officer without violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in that case as well. You're not to return to the Tommy Hilfiger store or have any contact with any of the witnesses. Your bond on count 1 is $2,500. Your bond on count 2 is $100.
That's it? So how much I need to get out of jail?
Thomas Walker.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. You're here in 20 CF 8060. You were arrested for providing false ID to law enforcement in possession of methamphetamine with intent. There's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Bond on count 1 is going to be $100. Bond on count 2 is going to be $500. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Are you Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're here for an out-of-county warrant out of Lake County. You have 2 cases. At this time, sir, what that's related to retail theft and grand theft, your bond is set at none on the retail theft. And on the grand theft, it is set at Oh, I'm sorry, sir. One of them's from Lake County. The Lake County, you have no bond on.
Yes, ma'am.
And in the Sarasota County, which is the grand theft, you have a $3,000 bond on.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender here in Orange County to represent you on these cases to help coordinate with your home counties while they're not transporting the inmates. We'll also reach out to Lake County to see if they want to set a bond on that case for you.
Okay.
Once I hear back from Lake County, I'll bring you back to court to let you know.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Brandon Kyles.
Mr. Kyles, you are here for an out-of-county warrant out of Pinellas County for grand theft. The bond is currently $5,000. I will appoint the public defender here in Orange County to assist you with this case and coordinating with Pinellas County until transportation starts again. And we'll reach out to Pinellas County to see if they'd like to make any modifications to your bond. If they'd like to make a modification, we'll bring you back to court to let you know what that is, sir.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If like somebody pays that
bond for that? Am I gonna be like released?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Wait, no, wait. I'm sorry. I gave you wrong information. If you have another hold, then you won't be released. And they're telling me you do. What's the other hold? It's for Alabama. You have an Alabama hold. So even if you pay that $5,000, you're not going anywhere.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Your name?
Oh, my name is Gerald Pantoliano.
Sir, you are here for an out-of-county warrant out of Highlands County, Florida. Your bond is $5,500.
Okay. I have. My vehicle was the tag on it was stolen from me.
So listen, I'm going to stop you right there. I think you want to explain to me what your defense to the case is. And I don't want you to talk about that today because everything we say is recorded. So you'll have
Okay.
to talk with your attorney about that. I'm going to appoint the public defender here in Orange County to assist you with this case in the event that you can't post the bond.
I cannot.
Well, okay, so we'll also reach out to the judge in Highlands County to see if they'd like to make any modifications to your bond amount. In the meantime, you need to get in contact with the public defender there on that sheet that was just handed to you, and they'll be able to assist you with your case.
Okay. Or can I, if I can get some money from my family and have my own attorney? Okay.
Definitely.
All right.
Yep.
Because,
Okay,
yeah,
sir.
because it's still active, the car.
Okay, well, get in touch with your lawyer and get in touch with your family.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Do I get to look at them?
Good afternoon, are you Mr. Savage?
Yes.
All right, so you're here for an out-of-county warrant out of Duval County related to sale and manufacture or delivery of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll appoint the public defender here in Orange County to represent you on this case. We will reach out to Duval County to see if they'd like to make any modifications to your bond amount. And if so, we will bring you back to court to let you know what the modification is.
Okay, wait a minute.
All right, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wait.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
James Bernard Simmons, ma'am.
Mr. Simmons, you have two cases this afternoon. These are out-of-county warrants from Marion County related to stalking and battery. At this time, on the battery case, your bond is $250. On the stalking case, you have no bond. I'll appoint the public defender here in Orange County to represent you, to assist you with your case. I will contact Marion County to see if the judge would like to make any modifications to your bond in that case, sir.
Ma'am, can I request permission to speak just briefly? Not about my
Sure.
charge.
Okay.
I'm represented by counsel Mr. Charles Vaughn of Inverness, Florida. I actually appeared on Zoom hearing earlier last month where we were in court and we were trying to get all this stuff squared away. And what happened, there was a misunderstanding regarding the additional stalking charges because I had a previous injunction that had been dismissed because we were trying to get all the charges so that I could bond on them. And my lawyer, I was trying to get in touch with him this morning so that he could be present and articulate those facts to you and try to contact Marion County because I have ties to the community. I own businesses in Marion County, and I can make bond. And they were telling me that Marion County is not transporting from here right now.
Right. So, Mr. Simmons, I don't have any facts about your case, but what I can do is I can tell you that in all these out-of-county cases, we contact the home jurisdiction to let them know that you're here and ask if they'd like to make any modifications.
Okay.
Normally, I put the public defender on the email, but what I can do when I send that email is I can put your lawyer on the email if you could give me his name.
Yes, ma'am. His name is Charles Vaughn. I have his telephone.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the last. I know it's Charles. What's the last name?
Vaughn is spelled Vaughn.
And he is in where?
Inverness, Florida.
All right, like I said, Mr. Simmons,
Your Honor, quick,
I'll add him to that email when I reach out to Marion County.
okay, quick question. Your Honor, if Marion County was to issue an order granting me a bond, how is that something that can be extradited here so that I could bond out here?
That's right, that's how it'll work. So once we hear back from Marion County about what they want to do, either they'll modify the bond and you'll be put on a docket for the next day, or your lawyer will have to file a motion which can be heard here in Orange County.
Okay, so he can file a bond motion in Orange County. Okay,
Correct.
so if they respond back, I could come back to court tomorrow for it?
Likely, unless they set a bond, you wouldn't come back for your bond hearing tomorrow, no. It has to be scheduled.
But if they set a bond,
probably-
it'll just appear in the system and I can bond out?
No, unless they enter an order, which they typically don't, you'd have to be set on the docket for tomorrow. So if we get an email response this afternoon setting a bond, it would be set for tomorrow. Otherwise, it's just whenever they respond. I don't have any control over that.
Okay, all right.
You understand? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell me your name.
Alexi Roth Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, you are here for an out-of-county warrant out of Seminole County for resisting officer without violence.
Correct.
The bond is $5,000, sir. I will appoint the public defender here in Orange County to represent you. And we'll also see if Seminole County wants to modify that bond amount, sir. And then I'm not going to take any action on your Orange County case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Simmons had two cases.
Right.
Okay, and so you put, one of them was 250 and the other was none.
Right.
And you wanted to get his own attorney, or you still want to appoint the PD?
No, I'm just going to, he
have his
says
attorney?
he has this lawyer.
Okay.
So how about Mr. What about Mr. Colby Della Hendron? It was supposed to be a VOP.
That was the out-of-county one?
I don't know if it was out of command. It was a case where he was arrested for an on-view VOP. The probation officer had called and said there was no PC for it. He didn't have a curfew. For tomorrow. All right, well, I'll have to email this to Judge Egan, I guess. And I'm gonna leave this on the bench. Are you here tomorrow? Denise is here?
I know she's here, but I don't know if she's in the courtroom or not.
All right, we're gonna be late. You are, okay, can I leave this with you? This is when that case comes up. And, that way they're aware that on that case that there's no PC. Okay. All right. Then court will be in recess. All right, so then Judge Rich also does this here, right?